Thanks, everyone. I'm ready to keep going. But before we start the session, Time Daddy, if you would Time Daddy me once more through fighting for your right for inspiration. Now, who was last week's winner? I think it was Sam.
It was Sam.
And I fucking wasted it. Sorry, chat. And then y'all tried really hard to save me, and the dice said, haha, no.
Yeah, so that means you get to pick who goes first this week.
I pick Akita.
All right, Kita's going to go first this week. As always, we're going to put 15 seconds on the clock to describe what happened last session. If you do good, chat's going to give you inspiration. I think we all know how this goes now. Kita, you're going to be first. 15 seconds on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
I was on a lot of cold medicine, so I don't really remember, but we ended up on the ship.
Kita, no! Kita, we're at 10 seconds! Kita?
I would take off Crisp. I don't know what's happening, but Crisp is not freaking with your microphone today.
No, Crisp is trying to censor you. Crisp is trying to censor your inhibitions.
Can Kita go again? I can't hear you, Sweet Bean.
Yeah.
I would give Kita justice to go once more. But while Kita works tech out. Oh wait, do I hear Kita?
You hear me now?
Yeah.
We did hear you now.
Okay, cool. Before my 15 seconds starts, I was on a lot of cold medicine last week, so I don't remember.
Sure.
But we're gonna try again. Let's go.
We still believe in you with our whole asses.
Yeah,
So,
our
powerful.
whole asses.
3, 2, 1, go.
We be on the ship, and Gideon gives Julian a piece of their mind, and then Adrielle and Gemma have a moment, and Gemma's like, "Go be that confident bitch. I know you can." And then we figure out we're going to Terrapine, and then I end up in the bathroom.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be right. That'd be right. All right, Kita, who are you picking to go next?
I'm gonna pick Lyrica.
Lyrica next. All right, Lyrica, you got 15 seconds to get it done. On the clock in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, everybody's getting settled in the ship. Gideon was like, "What the hell, Julian?" Julian's like, "I got this." 8. Winona ended up in my bathroom, and now Giant Colossal ripped a hole and Brian's back, and shit's bad.
Shit is bad.
19 seconds. Whoops. Whatever.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed Lyrica going over time. I'll remember this. Lyrica, who are you picking to go next?
Jude.
All right, Jude, you're gonna go next. 15 seconds is gonna be on the clock. You
All right.
ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
Alrighty, 3, 2, 1, go.
Adriel yells at Julian. Adriel also puts Curran in horny jail. There is a war meeting. We decide to go to Terrapine. Brian's back gets ripped open by a colossal in the last 5 minutes of the show. Adriel protests Julian. Julian says no. He's not there to be their friend. And Gemma's a bad bitch who we all love and care about.
End of time. Who do you pick to go next?
Sam, I guess. No, yes. Actually, yes. Sam, you go.
Okay, I'm
Sam,
ready.
you're going next. 15 seconds on the clock in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, the crew is on the Coppervale, and there were only 2 things that happened last week that were important to me personally. Misha said that if Adriel dies, they would be a brokenhearted fool, and Gideon and Brian held hands, and then Brian collapsed in Gideon's arms and bled all over everything. That's it. Woo! And Current and Winona did not fuck, and I'm still mad about it. Anyway, Molly.
To mention for sure. All right, 15 seconds on the clock. Molly, you got this.
Myself.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Adriel finds a note from Misha that Julian tries to destroy. They fight about it. Then Gideon fights about it with Misha afterwards. We have a war meeting with the dossier. Gemma gives Adriel a pep talk and a beer. Then we have a very high school lunch. Brian and Gideon have a meeting on the roof. And then Brian's scar rips open after making eye contact with a colossal. Bam.
Wow!
That was very good, Molly.
Yeah! Can I get a poll so we can figure out who
What
deserves
happens when you do the notes?
inspiration? Oh my goodness, that was so great. Let's see it, everyone. So now, well, they all vote and they decide who gets sweet inspiration. Do you all have any last words?
No, I'm scared.
I love you.
I love you. Yeah, I love you. Say it
I
back.
love you all.
Oh,
Say it back.
I love you.
I love you.
Say it back.
Say it back.
Perfect. Well,
Say
if
it
you're all
back.
done saying it back, I love you.
Thank you.
I love you
Thank
all
you.
very, very much.
Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you.
I just
Dad.
don't like making eye contact with people I'm about to hurt. Anyways,
Wait a minute.
so we're gonna head into the
Okay.
show now.
Oh my god! Y'all need to look at this poll. Y'all just need to
What?
look at this. Molly destroyed all of us. I need everyone to take a look at how this
Okay,
poll is
Molly's
going.
killed it
7%
though.
of the vote.
Molly was
Yeah.
so good.
Absolutely.
Doing the notes helps my brain soak it in more. That's
And-
why.
Having the
Just doing
notes
it.
makes my brain do good. So love that for me, because sometimes my brain don't do that. So anyways, before I just turn completely feral for this show, we're gonna hop in with the final loves and exchanges sent betwixt one another, I believe. With $70 until chaos, we return to the world of Acrimon. Of course, we are no longer in Kurthus, the floating city in the sky, but instead in an airship. A Fig Glass Industries airship, one of the nicest airships to have ever existed. Pretty lucky, huh? Being able to live in one of the most expensive airships ever known to man. Of course, it's kind of hard to take in the view when you've got a dying friend in your arms. But it's equally hard to take in the view when you're sitting in a bathroom of a room that's not yours. Winona, we're gonna start with you.
Okay.
Because I'd like to hear some things about what's going on with Winona currently at the moment. So, I'm bringing everybody back to the airship map. I'm gonna go ahead and flip us here now to the, of course, the cabins layer. Aha! There we are, Winona and Current. There you are, in Current's little cabin. This is Current's cabin, correct? I picked the right one.
No,
I think it's
well,
one
No,
over.
it should
it's the opposite
be-
side.
Yeah.
On the other side,
right.
it's I'll mark it for you. So it's Julian, Adri, Current is here in this third cabin on the left side of Gemma.
Aha! Well, all right then. Thank you for correcting me. All right, so we've got you in the bed and you in the bathroom. Okay, perfect. Oh my gosh. Because look at this nice bay window. Right, because you're sitting here on this toilet, right? All right.
Yeah.
Let me just set the scene. Please tell me you're zoomed in on this, Jude.
Jurassic Park. This is Jurassic Park.
So
I
you're
am.
like sitting on the toilet and like it lilts for a second and your like shoulder like goes up against the window and you're like kind of like tilted on it looking out and you just see this giant hand reach across and miss your ship by what would logistically be like 100, 200 feet. But to you, you feel like you're on like Space Mountain. That shit felt inches away, right? In this moment, you're as the ship moves, and then so you see this hand come scraping past the window. Current, can you give me a perception roll so I can see if you see this as well?
Perception.
That's a nat one,
Oh, my
besties.
That's a nat one. Is it?
Wow.
Still gives me a four.
Tell
Yeah, I got a
me,
four.
Spicy anxiety poo.
Oh.
yeah, tell me why you fail so badly, Current. Tell me what about this makes it where you don't notice a literal giant outside your window.
Current is on the bed right now, just playing over the last 10 minutes of the conversation that happened and thinking that they have fucked up so bad in trying to play smooth, so they don't even know. They're just like like when you talk the conversation out with yourself and you're like, I could have said this so much better. So they're doing that on the bed just over and over. God, I could have done that. I can't believe I did this.
Yeah, and so you're like looking down, you're like thinking about this. And so since you're like so in your head, the only cue is going to be sort of an audio cue. So Winona, can you walk me through what Current hears as this happens to you in the bathroom?
Current just flies off the bed. Onto the floor.
You race off the bed to the door. What happens? What happens when you get to the door? Winona, what are you doing? Screaming, trying to sail.
I basically flung myself onto the floor.
You're on the floor of the bathroom.
When I get away from the window, I don't want whatever.
Okay, did you lock the door to the bathroom? Is the door to the bathroom
I
unlocked?
don't remember. It probably is.
Okay, you hear a scream, Current. The ship lilts. You hear like the falling of some sort of crashing sound come from the bathroom. You like go to the door. The door's locked. You hear Winona screaming. What do you do?
Current's gonna knock on her. Winona? Winona!
There's a thing outside! Clawing at the door, trying to unlock the lock from the floor.
Winona, the door's locked. What do you open the door, Winona?
Sleight of hand check from Winona as the ship swerves another direction. Can I just get a sleight of hand check to see if you can get this open?
Oh, God.
A 13's gonna be enough. The ship lilts, but not with enough time for you to kind of knock away the deadbolt that's on the door. So we say the ship tilts to the other side now, compensating for the roll, and you all go the other way. So, can I get a dexterity saving throw from you as you're trying to open this door, but then the ship tilts the way at the same time the door unlocks, and you are 100% at risk to go flying.
Oh, 8.
All right. Let me just. Current, you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you tell me what it looks like as you stumble, you literally stumble and fall into the bathroom with Winona, who is already on the ground.
So I'm putting pressure on the door. I think I was in the middle of knocking and trying to coax Winona to try to open the door, and Winona opens it in that moment. And so Current's putting pressure on the door forward, so when it opens, Current just falls just flat.
Okay. And so you fall on the ground. Winona, you fall on the ground. I think, Current, it is only from here on the ground that you look through the bathroom window and can see the hand kind of scrape by the ship another time.
Winona, there's something outside the ship!
I know, that's what I was trying to tell you! Outside! We're gonna die! We gotta get up, we gotta tell people! People already probably know! I don't want to be here anymore!
Chaos bar.
Oh my God.
Right now? In this house?
We don't have to do it right now. I'm just saying that Chaos Bar is full, which is the earliest it's ever been done in D2D history in this first scene. So congrats, chat.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
absolutely.
God.
Can I get a perception check from everyone on the ship, please?
I'm unconscious.
Yeah,
do you
so
say?
maybe not you then.
Okay. I was like, I'll
I
roll
am
one, but I don't.
Can I
think
use a luck point?
logistically-
Can I use a luck point?
Sure.
Oh,
20.
I've perceived.
Hey.
That wasn't better. Okay.
All right. So, Winona and Gideon, you are both looking at the window, and it is only at this moment that you notice there is another ship right by this colossal. You try to put your eyes on it. You try to see exactly what it is. And it's hard, but you're pretty sure it's not one of the Fig Glass Innovation ships. That's all you can be sure of. Now, this ship, much smaller than yours, but still pretty stocky. Gideon, Winona, you see a figure drenched in rain, nearly sightless to you. You can almost not see them at all. You see a figure in the rain step up to the helm of this airship, do some sort of magic with their hands, and this runemancy cannon with gears just pops up from the helm of this ship, almost to the point where it's like half the size of the ship itself. You can tell that that is not entirely like tech. That is at least half, if not more, like magic in nature. You see this figure who you cannot tell who it is pull back on this arm of this cannon, and this magical glowing purple charge envelops all of the nearby light around it. You see the lights on your ship flicker for just a moment as this power in this cannon builds up and then releases in an instant. And that hand that was reaching out towards you is blown clean off in a rain of viscera and magic and toxicity and essence. And that's the last you see of that ship before it darts back into the storm clouds, completely invisible to you. Winona, that's what you see from the floor of the basement. Not the basement, the bathroom. You are on the ground listening to Current scream. And what is the last thing we see from in this bathroom before we hop over to Gideon and Brine?
I'm like speechless at what I just saw, and I'm like poking Current, and I'm asking if they saw it too. Did you notice the big magic thing that just? Did you see that?
Current is very much just in fetal position, almost in Winona's lap. Just did not see anything.
Oh fuck! Oh, we're screwed.
What? There's outside the window.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. Oh shit! There's a lot of shit down in the wilds. Okay. Well, the colossal's arm is gone. So
What took off?
I'm just
What took off its arm?
some big magical purple laser beam thing that I'd never seen before, and it came out of somebody, and I don't know what's happening down here. I kind of just want to sit here for a little bit and just like
Current just screams.
take in my life for a second. We're not alone down here. I mean, I know that we know that.
I have a question. Can Adriel hear Current screaming?
Oh yeah, Curran, Adriel, you've heard all of this screaming. You heard, but it happened in like the matter of seconds, and then you looked out the window and you saw like blood shooting out of something, and there was like screaming coming from different parts of the ship. It's very overwhelming all at once. What direction are you heading in, Adriel Hollowtide, champion to be when this starts happening?
I think Adriel.
Do you stay in your quarters as Pirate Queen Gemma has directly instructed everyone to?
No, I think she immediately goes to Current's room. And like, Current, is the door locked? Did you lock the door because you and Winona were gonna fuck?
Yeah, in case something happened, yeah.
Adriel bangs on the door. Current, open the door!
Current's gonna scream one more time, and then
So just one more time for health. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you fling the door open. Tell me what the scene looks like.
Why are you screaming? Why is Winona on the ground? Winona, are you okay? I also heard you screaming.
The ship wilts.
No, I'm not fine. Did you not see?
Did I see what?
The massive colossal hand outside her ship.
No, I didn't see the massive colossal. I was studying.
I'm sorry.
Adriel will go and help Winona off the ground.
Okay, thank you.
You're helping Winona off the ground when the ship lilts another time.
What, am I making a save for that?
No,
Okay.
it's just another lilt. You're ready. You're ready for the lilts by this point.
All right.
There was a massive, colossal, big hands that swiped for the ship. And I was in here trying to get my life together. It may or may not have thrown up a little bit. And then it showed up. And then that's not even all of it. There was this massive magic thing that showed up and just blew its arm clean off.
Was it a magic?
So-
Wait, was it a magic user? Was it a weapon?
I could barely tell. It looked half magic, half real.
Was it one of our ships?
I don't definitely when it was much smaller. It wasn't as fancy as this one. So it had to be something native to what's going on down here. And I just know that if that's native to what's happening down here, I don't want to fuck with it. Fam.
Okay. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna stay here with Current.
Yeah.
Y'all aren't gonna look out the window anymore. Yeah.
Adriel, you can pull the blinds if you'd like to.
Adriel goes over to the window and pulls the blinds down very swiftly. We're not gonna look out the window anymore.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be right back. And Adriel goes to her quarters, grabs her magical tea set, goes back into Current's room, puts sleepy time tea in there, sets it to brew, and just goes, I will be back. Don't leave.
Adriel, when you leave to go grab that tea set, you can see Luso Caviar is just sort of standing in the center. Because you know where all of there's this giant circle where, in the center of all of these dorms. Luso Caviar is standing directly in the center of it, completely silent, using a knife to scrape out from underneath his nails, even though the ship is definitely just like tilting and lilting like nobody's business. Just watching.
Adriel puts that image in her brain, finishes doing what she's doing with the tea, shuts Current's door very forcefully, as if to say, don't fucking leave, and then looks at Caviar. What's happening? Luso.
Life in the wilds, Hollowtide.
What happened?
Colossal, starboard.
Winona said there was a different ship that shot the hand of it off.
Plenty of ships here in the wilds.
Okay. And Adriel will be tired of men at this point.
Yeah.
and will try to go to Gideon's quarters, because Adriel, the last place Adriel knew Gideon was on the deck, and so Adriel wants to check that Gideon is in their quarters.
You knock at Gideon's door. Gideon does not answer. If you go to try and open Gideon's door at that point, it is empty.
Adriel immediately starts panicking.
Yep. We cut now to the deck of the airship. Can I please get a dexterity saving throw from one Gideon Osmond?
Sure. Let me just. How's that?
How is it? A 14?
How's a 14 do you?
Yeah, I mean, you probably won't accidentally drop Brian off the ship then, I guess. But like a 1, we could have talked about it.
I would have jumped off after you.
What have I ever done to you personally?
Live in New York City, that's so far away. So now we cut back to a Gideon Osmond who is desperately who has a bleeding out brine in their arms and is trying to safely, amongst the swerving ship and this storm, like a torrential downpour, to the point where this is not earthly weather. This is Fae weather. This is chaos for chaos's sake weather. So tell me what it looks like as, drenched in the rain of Fae and blood, Gideon tries to get down below deck. The TV show.
Please don't make me laugh. This is very serious. You know I love Below Deck. I think Gideon's like confused at first, and then like they see the blood kind of like blossoming out from Brian's shirt and sees Brian go down. And Gideon tries to catch Brian before they even hit the ground and is like panicking. And I think Gideon just wraps Brian in their parents' cloak and is sort of like bridal style carrying Brian like in their arms.
You're carrying Brian bridal style when the ship lilts. How do you survive that?
I think Gideon just like crouches low and is trying to like sway, like, you know, when you're on like a boat in the water and you try and like move against the waves.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're very good at it because they've never done this before. So it's really rough. I think they're like stumbling a lot, but they're not falling.
Yeah,
I
think at a certain point, like you hit like this rope that's just swinging off of one of the masts, and it's got one of those massive like rope gears at the end. I know you know what I'm talking about, but also don't know what the word for it is. Swings down in it, hits you right in the brow, gives you that brow cut opening right there. As you're trying to get below deck, but I think it is sexy. So that's, you know, like that kind of a shoulder, that's sexy. So that is a gift to you, not a curse. It is. But that's the worst of like what damages you. So you've got like a bit of blood like heading down your face as you start struggling below deck. Trying to get a response out of Brian isn't working. Brine is completely comatose, bleeding more, and any attempt to open their eyes, you just see dark purple. At this point, Brine, Gideon, I am going to give you your first conditions. I know we've talked a bit about how we will be tying in some of these thirsty sword lesbian mechanics, and this is the first time we're seeing that. I am now going to give you both a condition, which there are moves and ways to remove it. You can go look through your rules. They're each individual. But the condition I will be bestowing on both of you is frightened. Because I think that's fair, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a spot
Now,
where we can mark this on our character sheet?
You can mark it anywhere on your character sheet.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it had been built in like the strings, so I figured I would just
I had
ask.
not built it in like the strings yet. If you'd like
No
me to do that in between sessions, I absolutely can.
No
So,
problem.
Sam, I put it where I
frightened.
did the like God +1 thing when we like pray to a god and we got Monarch +1. I just put it under
Mhm.
that.
Oh, cool. So,
Makes sense.
frightened. You must freeze or flee or fawn over the source of your fear. From now on, that is going to be colossals for each of you. You might be
Mhm.
unable to sleep or concentrate because of your worry. Are you frightened something that's happening or something that might happen? Frightened of something that's happening or something that might happen. The penalty, while you are frightened and that condition applies, you will have disadvantage on all strength-related rolls. Okay?
Any strength-related roll.
So a strength roll that, like a roll that involves your strength proficiency modifier is going to be at disadvantage.
And that's for anything, even if it doesn't directly involve a colossal. Just clarifying, not trying to
Absolutely,
be picky.
that is
Okay.
the consequence of your condition. So
Just wanted to make sure that I knew what was happening.
Yeah, no. Since this is the first one that we're doing, I will absolutely over-explain it. And to remind everyone, this is the moves everyone can make sheet. Just went ahead and popped that up for everyone else. And to clarify, since this is the first kind of roll, the disadvantages, since you are frightened, disadvantage with strength-related things, that means you are going to have disadvantage on strength rolls and strength saving throws, disadvantage on athletics, and what's the other strength-based skill? I actually think it's just that. So athletics, saving, and
Does it include combat rolls if those use our strength modifier?
no, combat rolls not included.
I have a question. So in
Question me.
TSL,
Mhm.
we can use emotional support in order to clear conditions. Does that apply here as well?
It does. Yes, it does. So for example, on the moves everyone can make page, we can scroll down to people are people. It's the very last one. When you talk about your home, roll plus charisma. On 17 plus, you get to choose two of these options, but on 11 to 16, you'd have to choose one of the options. So, for people are people, the things you would be able to choose between, and of course, this is something you can do after you talk about your home. You can admit a flaw about your home. You can gain 1+ forward for a skill check related to that flaw. So +1 forward is basically going to be advantage for us. You can share something good about your home to clear a condition, like frightened. Or you can lie about your home to impress who's listening to you, and you can take a string on them. Strings being something we will explore when we get to those. Now, each of you has individual moves as well. Remember, you picked them out. So, for example, Current has one called Shiny or New. Current, when you give or receive emotional support in an intimate moment with someone new, you can each clear a condition. Right? Let's see. Knives behind them. Nope. Nope. Brian. Yes. So Brian has one called I've Seen Things You Wouldn't Believe. When you roll emotional support, you may share a story of something that you've seen or done that you think will they help. If you do, they answer this question: does hearing about my past help you? If they answer yes, you may clear a condition. If no, you lose a string that you have on them or you mark a condition, right? So stuff like that. Any questions about conditions at this point?
No.
Cool.
No, thank you for explaining.
Absolutely. Brine, you will be taking a second condition at this point.
Okay.
This is not able to be cleared. This is a locked condition.
Okay.
Meaning that a certain move can be the only thing to clear it, and you don't have that move yet. You are taking the condition Wrathful.
How does that
And
affect my
that
rolls, Katie May?
is a gift from the Colossal.
Mm-hmm.
You have advantage on all intimidation checks and disadvantage on all constitution-based rolls.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. I love the sauce. So, Brine. Nope. Incorrect. Gideon. Brine is still passed out.
I am
LOL.
unconscious. Wait,
Yep.
let me.
Thank you. Now, Gideon, you are this is a tight hallway, especially for a tall tiefling. So you're like are kind of like shoulder to shoulder as you are trying to like get down below deck, like clutching Brine to you. And it is sort of in this harrowed moment at the same time that I think we see Adriel come running down the hallway. So can I see what this looks like?
Yeah, I think Adriel realizes that the door is locked. Like looks at Luceau because she knows that she's gonna get yelled at for not being in her quarters, and immediately starts running toward the deck.
Yeah.
And I think that like as she approaches the door, she sees like the tall shadow of Gideon in the darkness, and she just goes, "Gideon, what happened? Are you okay?" And she like
Mine's hurt.
"What do you mean Brian's hurt?" And she like opens the door more, and she sees the light like peeking in and sees Brian and Gideon's arm. "What happened? Is she bleeding?" And she like is checking Brian for wounds and can see this glowing purple light and doesn't really know what to do about it.
I don't know. We were on the deck looking at pink lightning, and and then this thing just looked at her and her back opened up. Where is the medic?
And Adriel will like point and just say Mara's that way, and walk with Gideon towards Mara, and like knock really forcefully on Mara's quarters door.
And I think Gideon's like talking to unconscious Brian. Just like, "You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna make sure you're gonna be okay. I'm sorry. This looks really painful, but you're gonna be fine. I promise." And I think Kat is like walking with them too. I don't know if they've noticed, but I imagine Kat is like
for sure
there.
Yeah, I think Kat was like kind of like pacing around where the entrance to the deck was, and yeah, tries to like jump up on your shoulder, Gideon, when this is happening, but you can't. Like it's kind of that thing where you're like, "You are very cute, and you are not important right now."
Adriel as just like a safety measure like touches Brian and casts Spare the Dying because they don't know what to do. And
please drop Spare the Dying into chat for me.
I will. You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points. The creature becomes stable. The spell has no effect on undead or constructs.
Cool. Thank you for that. Yeah, you cast Spare the Dying on, which is a necromancy cantrip. Interesting. You cast Spare the Dying on Brine, and we see Brine's labored breathing shallow just a bit. It does not look like every breath is an attempt any longer. As you 3 are rushing down, you see, I'm moving Gemma. Gemma's not here right now. You're getting down. Actually, we will say that Mara actually in the last few hours has spent the last little bit of time turning this this more low-key engineering room into a makeshift med bay. Now I can't draw, but if someone who were being able to draw were to draw it, it would look like a cot was right here, and some nice medicine supplies were right here, and maybe like some string lights because Mara does that. All right, perfect. You understand. So you go and you bang on Mara's door. I will remind everyone that I've accidentally deleted the name of where rooms are. But Mara, the crew members are up here. I remember this now. So the crew members are up in some of the top rooms. Luso, you actually notice that you go to get Mara. Adriel, you notice this. Luso had eyes on you the whole time and beat you to Mara's door before you could even get there.
Adriel, in her brain, is just surprised that he was being helpful.
And he literally just kind of like leans up, like he kind of like gets up to Mara's door and leans against it. So he's not like facing the door, but he's leaning up next to it, and he kind of like knocks on it like this. And Mara's door opens. And she says, yes, because she's very nervous. She says, yes, as she opens the door, and you go to talk. You say, Mara, and Luso talks over you like a man would and says, someone's down, med by now. And Mara just, people who deal in medicine, there is that switch. And I don't know if Adriel ever got this switch. And I think maybe that's what Adriel spent such a long time trying to learn from Mara, because Mara is this like bright anxiety, like up and down human being. But the second she looks at Brine and sees Gideon drenched in Brine's blood, there's that flip, that like state of pure like go mode. And this passes over Mara's face, and she says, all right, medbay. And she nods to you, Gideon, to off into the direction of this medbay. So that's going to be right over here, in my very well-drawn medbay. Thank you, everyone. Glad you enjoy it. It's very professionally done.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, you see, so Gideon, you kind of like rush in with Mara, who like throws down the cot. You see in an instant, she's like waved her hand magically, and all of the like medicine supplies that were like in this like neatly folded little thing kind of like flaps out, and they all start like, they're in like a moment, they're all like floating in the air as she's getting ready to grab them. And as this is happening, she says, all right, what took place?
Oh, the colossal looked at her in a
Source of injury and colossal back.
Yes, and Gideon like lays Brine on the table and kind of gently turns Brine over.
Was it a blade? Was it just magic?
For the shirt.
Was it impact damage? She's asking
just
these
magic.
Things. Measuring tape magically comes down, measures it. She's bringing in, she's like, you can see that she's actually like, she has like this palette of colors, and she's like referencing like the color of the wound to this palette as she's like going through. And you see her eyebrows crease. She says, this is flux magic. I didn't think we'd encounter it this soon. As she's trying to like quickly get a feel for it, you see that she brings these bandages down. She places this gauze over Brine's back, and the blood and the purple just kind of seep into it immediately. You see a soft curse from Mara. She leans over, she grabs some sort of potion. You see her, like her teeth wraps around the cork. She pulls it and she gently sort of pours it out. She looks up at you. Injured? Are you injured?
I'm fine. This is no, just I'm fine.
You hear a voice come in over the intercom. It's Gemma. She says, hello, loves. We are out of range. Things are stable. You are safe. And you notice at that moment, Adriel, if you've still got eyes on Luso Caviar, Luso sort of disappears in a moment. Adriel, you're standing in the doorway. Gideon, you are like standing out in front of Brine. You see Mara sort of like pour this potion over Brine's back, and these ice crystals like sort of these almost magic ice crystals sort of form over it. This crystallization goes over the expanse of the wound. And Mara says, that's a stabilizing potion, should buy me an hour to, as I do some research about what caused this wound and how to undo it.
Okay.
Can I help? Can we do anything else?
We have journals.
No,
we have Alan's journals.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll go read. I'll go see if they have anything about flux scars. Thank you.
you two should just get rested up and cleaned up. Take care of yourselves. Madison, it's my job on this ship. Let me help you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Gideon turns and like walks out the door.
Adriel will
and
grab
is already
Gideon's cloak that they left at the thing. Adriel will follow behind Gideon.
Yeah, they're just like power walking to their room.
Gideon, wait.
Hey,
Wait.
are you okay? Did you get hurt?
No. But Gideon, you're covered in blood.
Oh. Gideon looks down, has not realized they are covered in blood until just now, I think.
Let me help you.
Yeah, it should dry soon, so then I can start looking up the books.
Gideon,
so that's fine.
Gideon and Adriel will take Gideon's hand and walk into Gideon's room with them, kind of like with her foot kick open Gideon's bathroom door and sit them on like the toilet in there.
And I think like Gideon's room is already kind of like a mess of like journals.
Already? It's been like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's like one little picture of Alan on their bedside table of like Gideon and Alan from like 5 years ago on like a beach day where they're both like grinning from ear to ear and it looks wildly out of place.
Adriel grabs like a big like towel thing and like looks in Gideon's like medicine cabinet for like the like ingredients to like get blood out of stuff and to clean blood up, which is like easily like hydrogen peroxide and like water and like salt, and she like very quickly like puts all of that on the towel and like looks at Gideon and just like makes a hand gesture. Arm. Give me your arm.
Gideon sticks out their arm.
And Adriel will take the washcloth and like on both of their arms, like wipe the washcloth over their arms and like every like the exposed skin that they can see. And then wring out the towel and do it a few more times until the towel runs clear. And then begin doing the same thing to the cloak in the sink. And Adriel's hands are shaking lightly as she gets this weird feeling of deja vu of this exact scenario except reversed. You can't stay up all night, Gideon.
I don't think I could sleep if I wanted to be honest with you.
So it was a colossal and it looked at Brian?
That's it. That's all. Yeah.
It didn't hit her, it didn't touch her. It just looked at her.
It just looked at her.
Adriel will sigh and like sit on the edge of the bathtub as the cloak soaks in the sink.
Thanks. Sorry you're having to clean me up. I should be doing that. I don't want to.
Don't apologize. We've talked about this. Don't apologize to me. Kid, don't do that.
Okay. Thanks.
And she'll very gently like reach for Gideon's hand. And just go. This isn't your fault. You didn't know.
Yeah.
You didn't know that there would be a colossal there. You didn't know that Brian had that scar. You didn't know that that scar would open up. This is not your fault. Okay?
I have just never felt so small and helpless in my entire life. Most things, I would just blow it up. I wanted to, and then I was too scared to even turn and look at it directly, Adri, because I was scared that it was going to do the same thing to me. So I just ran, and then someone else blew it up.
I'm glad you
I
ran.
couldn't do anything.
Adriel shakes her head. I'm glad you ran. What were you going to do if you were also bleeding out, Gideon?
If I were stronger, it wouldn't have happened at all. I could
It
have
doesn't
done
matter
something.
about if you're strong, Gideon. This is not about whether or not you're strong. Yes, you are strong. You are a powerful sorcerer. You are a powerful fighter. But these things in the wilds don't care about that, Gideon. And you know that.
Brian is one of the strongest people, if not the strongest person I know. And I watched her collapse like a house of cards in front of me. It's just scary.
Adriel,
This is bullshit. I can't believe we're here. And Gideon's just like squeezing Adriel's hand as they're talking.
Well, Mara has Brian and they're stable for now. So the least you could do is change clothes so that you're not just in bloody clothes. And Adriel will get up and go over to Gideon's wardrobe and like look for like the comfiest pair of sweats that she can find and a tank top and go back into the bathroom and like shove them in Gideon's hands.
Yeah, it's just like so much black clothes. It's like all black. Just a complete goth wardrobe.
Change.
And Gideon changes into clean clothes and comes out. And
Okay.
like their makeup's all smeared from crying in rain.
Adriel, once again, this is just Adriel. This is just Adriel as a person. Adriel then proceeds to find makeup wipes and go over to Gideon and like
God,
very
thank
gently
you.
like takes off Gideon's makeup and like throws the makeup wipe in the trash. And this is just like how their relationship is or was in the before times. Like this is just how they operated. And she just kind of sighs and goes, "Okay, well, you want to look at the journals, right? Should we get Julian to help you? I can also help. I just want to really quickly check on Kern and Winona because the last time I left them, they were both crying and screaming on the ground. So I just want to make sure that they're okay."
We cut now to Kern and Winona on the ground. Are they still crying and screaming?
Honestly,
Honestly,
compose themselves a little bit.
I feel like all of the stress and tears. Naturally, I feel like I may have fallen asleep from exhaustion.
Okay, so the all safety, like the safety clear, oh my god. You sleep, you fall asleep. Sorry, to clarify, you sleep now?
Not now. I'm awake now.
Oh,
Yes,
that's no, you just okay. Do you or not, or do you not fall asleep in this moment of? I need to know for Current's sake. Does she have an asleep body on her floor?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Commit to the bit. All right.
Commit to the bit.
After about like 5 minutes of like crying ending, Current, you look over and Winona is fully asleep. Her head's like on your shoulder as you both have gone down. But Winona's just fully asleep on top of you right now. Yeah, in this moment.
There, little Winona. I'm just sitting there with my. I think I may have been in the middle of getting the tea for us, and I turned around and Winona was asleep. So I just cuddled up.
Oh, that's so cute.
Fear.
I'm just sitting there with my tea.
So yes, it is with Winona asleep on your floor, that Adriel knocks on the door.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
And before we do this scene, we agreed that Winona was a very heavy sleeper or a very light sleeper.
Heavy.
Thank you. You stay asleep through this conversation. We continue.
Okay.
Adriel will come inside. And she looks like a very different person than the one that you saw 5 minutes ago.
What's wrong?
Brian. Gideon, I went to look for Gideon when I left you, and Gideon wasn't in their room, and I went to run up on the deck because that's where they were last, and Gideon walked in with Brian bleeding and passed out. They're at the medic. A Colossal looked at Brian, and Brian had this, I guess, ginormous scar, and the scar opened Current, and Brian bled all over Gideon, and they didn't even, it didn't touch Brian, Current. It just looked at them.
I think Current's breath becomes kind of shuddered at that moment when it's truly sinking in what it's going to be like out here. Gideon.
Gideon,
okay?
I'm going back to them in a second. I cleaned them up. I made them change clothes. I'm gonna make them some tea and maybe grab them something from the kitchen. They want to look at the journal, so I'm gonna go help them, and maybe I can wake Julian to come help us. And Mara said it's
Brian?
a flux wound.
But she can fix it, right? I mean,
she stabilized it. I don't know about fixing it. Mara didn't expect to see this kind of wound this soon, is what she said.
What can we do? What do we do?
We go offer our help to Mara. We help Gideon research. I don't know. Someone has to tell Gemma. I don't think Gemma knows unless Luceau told her, which probably.
Okay.
But,
all right.
Someone should tell Winona when she wakes up. We can tell her if you don't want to. I get that that's not necessarily the most sexy thing on the planet to say that your best friend bled all over someone. So I can tell them if you would like. I'm gonna go help Gideon. But I just wanted you to know. And Adri will leave. Adri will take the tea set because now it's empty. And kiss Kern on the head and just go, I'm gonna make sure that Gideon is okay. So I'll be in Gideon's room if you need me. You also try to.
Adriel,
Yes.
before you go,
Yes.
are you okay? I mean, really, are you okay?
I mean, no. No.
All right. We'll do what we can do right now.
Okay.
We'll go from there.
Okay. And she'll rest her chin on Current's head and let out a shaky breath. Just go, what the fuck? Okay. And leaves back towards Gideon's room.
You step outside of Current's room, and Luso Caviar is standing directly in front of it. Gives you a once over and says, "What are the instructions you gave your crew?"
I told Current to help Mara. Gideon and I are looking at journals. Winona's asleep. And Adriel just shrugs, like she's just so flustered at this point.
Mara's okay. You can call off Current.
Okay.
They may still need jobs to distract them from help. Sorry, me, Katie May, choking. One moment. Luso says, you may need to give them other jobs, though. The most important thing they can do right now is stay out of the way of the people who can actually help Brian.
Okay. I'll keep Gideon occupied. That is the one that we have to worry about the most.
Luso just gives you a deep nod and then says, know anything about Terrapine?
Nope.
I'll see you at breakfast in the mess hall.
I'll see you at breakfast, Luso. Luso. Did you
Yes.
tell Gemma, or should we?
Luso looks back to Gemma's hospital room, to Gemma's captain's room. And it's at this point, Adriel, that you can see that there's light pouring in through this door. And if you like stood for a second and listened, you would be able to hear Mara and Gemma speaking softly between each other. Brian's in there with Gemma.
With Gemma. Okay. Adriel will just nod at this and go back towards Gideon's room.
All right. Gideon, we step a little bit backwards in time to just before Adriel is left. Just after Adriel is left. We watch her leave through your door and you are back in your room. What happens next?
I think Gideon goes and shuts the curtain to their window because they're too freaked out to look outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of like a sim that's been given too many commands, they just stop moving and disassociate in the middle of their room for a few seconds. And then they like slip on this like big comfy cardigan and go shuffle towards Julian's room. And I think without thinking on the way, like scoop up Cat and are just sort of holding Cat. And they're wearing like slippers. They look like a dad on a Sunday. That's sort of Gideon's like pajama vibe, like big comfy robe and clothes.
And are you bringing your family's journals with you, or are you going to rely on the information that Julian has?
I'm going to bring Julian back to my room. I'm just going to get them.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So
them.
so you go and you knock on Julian's door, and Julian immediately opens it and says, Gideon, and kind of like peeks their head out and like looks to see who else is out there. Just Luso, terrifying. You can see Luso is like lurking on this floor. It is terrifying. Luso brings a scary energy with him. Also a hot one. Look at him go. Just like a poet who's maybe been dead, but also did crime. I was just lurking on an airship on the middle floor. That's his energy. And so Misha, Julian looks at you and says, what happened?
Did you Gideon? And again, Gideon is like in pajamas, no makeup on, like clutching a cat, looking visibly distressed.
Right.
Did you see, did you look outside the window?
It's at this point you see that Julian's room is on the wrong side of the ship. Kind of like splash, like just like on the wrong side of the train, right? Like Julian got to view the canyon, you got to view the colossal that tried to kill Brian. Julian says, no, I have no idea what happened.
I had a moment of vulnerability with someone, and then a magical scar opened on their back from a colossal that looked on them. So this is one of those moments we would. Yeah.
What was it
the
like?
eye contact. Oh, it was real cool. It had rotting flesh for skin, and just looking at it scared me so bad I had to leave. Again, Brian, Brian, scar open on the back, magical scar, purple pouring out of her eyes. Here's a moment where a Feywild expert would maybe know what to do, so I can't sleep. And I need to study, and the more people study, the more secrets we find. So
I've got to lead on that information, Gideon. I've got to lead. It might take a little bit of research, but that should be in one of the books that was brought with us, Fey Afflictions.
in your room, and Gideon like shoulders it away and passes.
Yeah, you go ahead and you shove, and I will pull everyone back to the war table now. As you pull Julian into your Misha's room, and you look through the books that were given to you to take with you, you see one of them is Fey Afflictions. Now, neither of you has read it. But so Julian like goes and kind of is like looking through the books and then kind of like pulls it out from the middle of the stack and like doesn't do it good, so like a book falls over, and then like holds it up to you and says, Fey Afflictions should be in here if we have a record of it.
Oh, okay. Oh well, do you mind if I take it?
I mean, we can look through it together, but I have to warn you, some of the cures in this book are some of the most ridiculous things I've seen, like sitting them on a mountain, on the highest mountain in a cold winter and keeping them there through the summer. You know, there are some solves in here that are not great.
Well, if it's for Brian, we gotta do it. So we'll go to the mountain for a year. I don't care. And Gideon like slams the book on the table. And like wordlessly hands Cat to Julian and just starts like going to flip through it. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
And also, while I roll this, I think the fact that Gideon is so nonchalant is like a testament to how freaked out they are. It's just like complete disassociation. Like,
oh, absolutely. I figured. A 19 medicine. Okay. So yeah, you're both kind of like hovering over this book together, and it's like very unuseful because like Misha will point at something like 2 seconds before you were going to look at it, and you were like, look, I'm already
say
looking. But you are looking. There is something called the Colossal Affliction. The first thing that it says underneath it is usually leads to death.
usually isn't always. So
yeah, no, of course. Usually leads to death is the first thing. And then underneath it, it says something along the lines of it says usually leads to death, instills I think instills is the wrong word. Usually leads to death, activates the worst part of a mortal's self. So they destroy their lives before the affliction takes them.
oh my
You're underneath it. Unknown. Comma, but record of proof found. Sorry, but record of like not cure, but like someone lived through it and they cured it. What would that be called? I don't know words. That has happened before, but they don't know what it is.
I think Gideon's doing the thing where they like follow along with their finger as they're reading and they freeze under the bit where it says they bring out the worst part in someone and they ruin their lives over it. And Julian just kind of hears them go like, okay. Useless. Perfect. Okay. So,
you see underneath treatment, you see the words rumors of specific treatments are traded by Flux Folk, but we have yet to find the correct one.
we just left. We haven't even had a sleep on the boat yet. And Brian's already... And Brian's here because of me. And this happened. So I will...
Ryan's here because of me, for being specific.
Well, I mean, it's not like you asked for this either, I guess, right? You didn't know, right? Okay, sorry to bother you. I'll take
Gideon,
this tomorrow.
people are going to die on this trip.
Are you trying to be comforting right now? Is that what this is? Is this an attempt at comfort? Because you're really bad at that too.
Well, I mean, it should be comforting. The fact that the odds are very well likely that someone is going to die on this trip, and you have evaded this specific instance leading to death.
Does that mean you just think Brian's gonna die? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm meaning you kept Brian alive in this specific instance. And while there will be many, many other instances that could partially lead to death, I'm saying that you've evaded this one. What I'm saying is good job. More to come.
Okay. Thanks. I'll give that
That
a
wasn't
5 out
great,
of
was
10.
it? That probably
No.
wasn't great.
No.
Do you want like a hug?
No. Gideon takes the book. Did you get my note?
Which one?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, yes, that one. I put it in the trash can. Actually, the toilet, because in the trash can, it would have been proof, Gideon.
I left you a note saying you can eat dinner with me and you flush it down a toilet?
Yes, when it's evidence, Gideon. Now, you're clearly upset right now, so I'm not going to get into this. But
Evidence of me trying to be nice to you? You jackass? Are you
I
kidding me?
can't be nice to you.
Julian and I were friends. Are you? You're a clown.
Okay, you're a clown. Hey, I'm your future. And then it gets quiet because no one remembers where they are. And says, you're the one who said I was bad at being Julian. So no, I can't be friends with you all. Because then I would immediately get caught. Misha says indignantly.
This fucking sucks. I just had blood all over me and you're being a jackass.
Well, you kept someone alive. Good job. Do it again next time.
Fine, I will.
All right.
Fine, I'm taking the book. Thank you.
Take the book. You're supposed to be reading them, all of you.
Don't tell me what to do, clown. The only leader you are is the ringleader of the fucking circus. Gideon takes like the book again and just walks out.
Adriel, I think you hear that much. Just like I think you hear it like as you're talking with, like as you were like leaving Current's room or something. But before we come back, I need to know, do you also pursue your parents' journals or Alan's journal for information about this?
Yeah, everything.
Okay, please roll an investigation check.
Getting my character sheet.
Also, my partner is very hot, very cute, but they do have an alarm set for 8 p.m. every night, and it's going off right now, and I have to go shut it off. One moment.
Okay.
Is this worth using my inspiration on to reroll?
I can use my sage background to try and find the information if you want to wait and hold your inspiration.
Thank you, bestie.
Yeah. I owe you, remember?
Oh.
How'd that roll go?
Bad.
Bad.
But I do have a question. When Adriel goes to help Gideon use their sage background in order to try and find information?
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see what happens, because the reason that you do this roll so bad, Gideon, is you open Alan's journal.
Oh no, wait. Oh fuck. All right, go ahead.
And a note tumbles out. Shall we?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
This
Sorry,
note
chat.
begins. Blessed Hierophant, I write seeking your counsel in due admiration and humble confidence on the issue of Curthus's future. with the royal
Hold on,
seal.
real quick before you do this, chat. We're so sorry. Me and Molly are very sorry for what's about to go down. Continue.
I did this. You didn't do this. This is me. Why do you know? Get away from my letter.
All
This
right.
letter from the queen is written such. Again, blessed Hierophant, I write seeking your counsel in due admiration and humble confidence on the issue of Curthus's future. In this 2-page, so like one scroll front and back letter with the royal insignia on it, Nakata, Her Majesty, Nakata Osirov, writes a condemnation of your relationship with Adriel. And each way, it has made both you and her a worse person. And it is cited excellently. And guess what? In this letter, it's very fucking convincing. It paints Adriel in this beautiful light as the future of Curthus, of this beautiful divinator who could be a Hierophant in 10 years' time. And then it paints a picture of you. A bad kid who had a sad thing happen to him, who has a lot of potential, but needs the right kind of guiding hand. And implores Alan to be the father figure in your life you desperately need. Citing you both desperately needing to better yourselves for the Arcanon, for Curthus, and for the Divine. She asks Alan to convince you to separate and spend some time working on yourselves to then, quote, revisit union later. Alan's accidentally left this note inside his journal before he gave it to you. And that's what distracts you quite a bit.
Adriel knocks on Gideon's door. It's at this point that Adriel knocks on Gideon's door.
I think Gideon's anger is normally really like loud, but here they are just so quiet. And before they go to open the door, they go and take that picture of them and Alan and slam it face down on their desk so fucking hard the glass breaks. And I think Adriel hears it before they go and very calmly open the door with no letter in hand.
Gideon, what broke? Adriel will push past you. Completely just push past you.
Oh, stuff. I don't know. I think the ship lurched. I found some stuff.
Insight check.
Okay.
Insight check versus deception, please.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nat 1. Never mind. I don't see shit.
All right, so with a 19 deception versus a natural 1 insight, Gideon, you execute this lie to perfection. So tell us the lie that you execute.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it just happened. I was going to open the door. Anyways, I was just looking through Alan's journals and haven't found anything useful yet. But Julian helped me find one thing. So
What was it?
just some stuff on Flux magic scars, and they sort of relay what Misha told them. And I think the like lie here is that there is just like a white hot anger just beneath the surface, but Gideon is like really like masking it right now. And I think
Gideon,
this is like really rare for them.
What's the one time you've done this in front of Adriel before?
Like lied to her this well?
I think there's been like one time that you've had to do it before and that you fucking hated it, or around her. Like, I think that you've lied to protect her before, and that's what I'm asking for. And you can also tell me if I'm full of shit and completely wrong.
No, I think it might have something to do with like Adriel's parents. Like one time Adriel had me over for dinner, and the second Adriel left the room, their parents were just fucking abysmal to Gideon. And Gideon didn't want to ruin the night.
Yeah.
So when Adriel asked about it, Gideon was like, oh yeah, it was great. I had a great time.
Okay.
They were so nice. And they were just like so wildly rude to Gideon.
Okay. We continue.
Can I see the journals? Gee, I might be able to find something.
Gideon has the letter. Like they like put it in their back.
She's not looking
pocket,
for the
like,
letter. She's genuinely looking for the journals.
Oh. Yeah, Gideon hands them over.
Adriel will try to find something in the journals.
All right. Can I get a investigation check from you?
12.
Yeah. You see an entry from Gideon's father, whose name is
Morgaine.
Gideon's father, Morgaine, has an entry in his journal of a colossal encounter. Well, the colossal encounter, the colossal that you read about, sounds nothing like yours. He does mention that a member of his crew had something similar happen, that happened to Brine. They document trading their airship to a group of Flux folk, coming back a week later and getting that person completely healed. But they basically had to sacrifice their entire airship and leave that person with the Flux folk for a week. And that was the deal that was struck.
Okay. And she'll like close the journal and set it down on the dresser. So the options, as far as this says, your father gave Flux folk their ship and their crewmate for a week. The Flux folk kept the ship, but the person came back completely healed.
Wow. That's really trusting. But
you get that trusting was not part of that occasion. That was, you can see like the journal entry of like the week of waiting is the most heart-wrenching anxiety.
I don't want to do that. I don't.
Neither do I, but we have to do something.
Okay, but maybe there's Flux folk in Terrapine that could help.
Yeah, and I mean, Brine said she's from there, so maybe that'll help us, but it's the only lead we've got, and I don't know much about Terrapine, and the one person who does is unconscious right now, but I think it's our best lead.
Right.
No.
Okay. Well, what other books did you get?
Julian had this one, and they like show the one that like they went over earlier, and it's like it kind of says the same thing.
Is Julian asleep right now?
Detail. Oh, I don't give a fuck what Julian's doing. I don't think
give a
so.
fuck what Julian's doing. He's our fucking Feywild expert, Gideon.
Don't
Sorry,
be mean to me
I'm not
right
trying to
now.
be mean to you. I'm not trying to be mean to you right now. Adriel will take it back. Sorry. That's anger is
It's
not
fine.
it's not for you.
Yeah, save it up for Julian for me, would you? That would make me feel better. Gideon kind of like chuckles.
Adriel tilts their head. I thought you wanted me to be nicer to him.
I changed my mind. I changed my mind. You know what? I just had a talk with Julian and they were just a fucking asshole. So you know what? It's fuck Julian.
Oh,
That's
were
all.
they?
Anyways.
Were they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Here's this. She sets the tea to go. I'll be back. And Adriel goes to Julian's room and knocks really loudly on the door.
Gideon, if you are going to call me a clown again, I'm not interested.
It's not Gideon, Julian. Open the fucking door.
You are not invited to call me a clown either, Miss Hollowtide.
Adriel opens the door.
It's locked.
Adriel picks the lock.
Roll me a sleight of hand check, you fucking goody two-shoes. Do you have proficiency in thieves' tools?
No, she
Let me
rolled a
see
16.
it on the sheet.
She rolled a 16. Just
You little fucks.
Just
What do
pure
you pick
will.
the door with? What do you
her
pick the
bobby
door
pin.
with?
Her bobby pin.
All right, fine. You pull your bobby pin out. You pick the lock. It's a deadbolt, but I love you anyways. So you pick the fantasy lock on the door, whatever. You trigger the emergency release mechanism, sure, and it unlocks.
Adriel swings the door open like very forcefully, and like shuts it behind her.
You walk in, you see Julian sitting at his desk poring over specifically the book Colossal Sightings 4400s.
Adriel will take a breath so that she's not coming in here yelling. Because she hasn't slept. Chat, let's just reiterate that Adriel probably hasn't slept in over 24 hours. Her jaw is set. Like, she's so angry. And I don't think Misha's ever seen, like, she doesn't know this is Misha, but for Misha's never seen Adriel angry.
Interesting. Okay.
They've seen them, like, heartbroken and upset when the assassination attempt happened, but there was, like, no real, like, anger there. There was just, like, panic, fight, or flight. This is pure, like, I'm going to punch you in the jaw kind of anger. Because again,
yeah, you see them like kind of like haughtily look up at you, right? Like a very like bratty, like kind of like look up, and then they kind of like see you and they kind of like fumble, drop their pen, and then like scramble to pick it back up after a moment. And they're and like there is that initial like oh shit. But what does Adriel say as they storm in?
Adriel crosses their arms and leans against their desk, and goes, "What the fuck is your problem, Julian?"
Miss Hollowtide, you see,
and I don't stop. What is your problem?
I don't.
Can I talk, or are you just gonna keep interrupting me?
No, welcome to my room. Speak as much as you wish, Miss Hollowtide.
Thank you. Why were you mean to Gideon? Gideon said that you were mean to them, and they don't. First of all, they don't deserve that. Secondly, if anyone's gonna be mean to Gideon on the ship, it's me. Thirdly, Gideon walked in holding Brian, with Brian bleeding all over their clothes, so you definitely don't get to be mean to them right now.
I was not mean to Gideon.
Why you, as our local Feywild expert who studied for 20 years, I don't know, being useful.
I was useful.
Yes, finding one thing in a Fey Afflictions text that says that Brian's gonna die is not necessarily being useful.
What do you wish me to be, Miss Hollowtide, in this moment?
Anything other than what you are right now. And she will leave and slam the door behind her.
Damn. All right. Shit. Okay. Well, I will now ask for everyone except for Brian. It's about 9 p.m. How do the hours from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. treat you? Let's roll some dice and find out from someone first. Roll.
I just wanted to tell everyone that I'm unconscious. Just
Yeah,
to,
thank you.
just to clarify. Yeah. Okay.
A 2. That means we're going to start with Gideon. How'd your night go?
Rereading the letter over and over again, just so fucking angry, and really just like obsessing over the details and all of the specifics of the Queen sites. And
Someone close to you gave this knowledge to her.
And it's just like Gideon just wondering, was this Alan? Was this Alan? What did they say? Like, did they? Obviously, they had the conversation, but I think there's just this deep betrayal that is just building up in Gideon. This just like anger that is growing even more from like when they left off and the Queen was incredibly rude to them.
You know, funny you should say that. Let's add a condition then, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I am going to ask you in this moment to take the condition angry. That's going to bring disadvantage to your dexterity-based rolls. Anger. You might seethe or lash out. Are you angry at yourself or someone else? Now, I would like to remember all of you that you can clear conditions by taking the associated destructive action. So, some things about conditions. If you're going to take more than 6, I'm going to give you 1 point of exhaustion at every long rest. That means you can go 3 days before you wait, how many points of exhaustion is it? 6 days, something like that, before you die. Conditions can kill you. So it's 6 conditions. To clear them, you can do any of the moves that we've talked about before, or you can do the destructive action for each condition, except for, of course, the special one I gave Brian. Now, the destructive actions for the conditions we've talked about so far. Frightened is to run away and to leave something important behind. And angry is to break something important to you or to someone you care about.
Wow. I broke the picture too soon.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
But you broke the picture frame, not the picture.
Mm-hmm.
I would want that picture torn into shreds for it to count as broken.
Mm-hmm.
And in games where things like mending exist, broken is a very, very different definition. So with that additional condition. Oh, sorry. Would you consider this something in fiction that has seriously shaken your character's emotional or physical well-being?
Yeah. For sure.
Okay. All right. You know, never mind. We're just gonna do it that way for now. I'm gonna keep this in mind you're fine for now.
So no angry?
Bullied you. No, take the angry. I've just bullied you enough with the angry.
Okay.
Also, remember there are recovery moves. Emotional support is on here. If you need to go look at that in the Using Thirsty Sword Lesbians document, please do. Now, how does the rest of your night go?
I think
Angry
and then studying, just more studying, because being proactive distracts from the anger. I think Gideon is just like locked in their room making like a red string board of like ideas of like note cards of like terms, like any information that they can retain.
Sounds good. Go ahead and give me a. Are you studying with Fey Afflictions? Because if you want to count this as you're studying this book, I'm gonna fill up that bar.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and give me an intelligence roll.
Okay.
8 to 15, we're gonna just mark it 2. 15 to 19, we're gonna mark it 3. 20 plus, we're gonna mark it 4. What'd you get, sweet
What's in that
pal?
20?
Oh shit! Oh
Hot
shit,
dog.
bud! So we're actually going to move the Fey Afflictions clock up with a natural 20. We're gonna move it up 5. So choose
Hell yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Gideon, add a 1 to medicine.
Okay.
I'm breaking Dungeons and Dragons as a system. Welcome. I'm just giving you bonuses now. So that's for you. Finally, some good fucking food, indeed. Let's go to Winona next. Winona, do you wake from Current's bed, or do you just sleep in Current's bed the whole night?
No, I eventually wake up.
Okay, so you wake up at around 10 p.m.
Yeah. And my first instinct is, I know that Adriel told us not to look out the window. But after seeing what I saw earlier, that is my first anxious move to just like make sure that nothing is coming at the ship again. So I'm kind of just standing at the window, staring at it, trying to see if I can figure anything out.
You pry it open just a little bit. You're like peeking through. You can actually see that the storm has kind of gotten back to like normal storm mode. The lightning's not pink anymore. The rain doesn't seem like it's attacking you, which is cool. Regular storm. Almost, honestly, the rain against the windows could be soothing.
Thank God. Yeah, I'm kind of just now I I feel like Curran and I have trauma bonded. I think I'm just going to hang out for a little bit.
Okay, you hang out. Current, I'm gonna just tag you in at the same point here, because are you just kind of like standing over Winona when she wakes, like a little like hello, good morning? But what does it look like?
I think since we were on the floor, right? Current Winona was like leaning on my shoulder, so I like felt them stir and get up, and you were at the window, so Current's going to kind of tap shoulder, trying not to frighten Winona more, and just be like, hey, you don't have to leave. I mean, that was a lot. If you want to leave, you can, but I mean, you're welcome to stay. We can get some food. It was a lot. Are you okay?
I've been better. I've definitely been better, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's been a while. Are Brian and everybody else okay? Have you heard from anyone? I haven't. I kind of want to check on my friend, but I know it's getting late and we just went through a lot, so I don't know. I kind of want to go see where everybody's at.
We can do that. We can go find everybody. But let's, Winona, before we do, I want to prepare you. Brian was hurt.
When you say hurts, Brian can handle a lot. When you say Brian was hurt,
the medics are doing everything they can. But she's not awake right now. I'm so sorry, Winona. We're doing everything we can. Look, if we can meet up with everybody. I know that Adriel and Gideon, everybody is looking for a way to fix this. We can fix this.
So wait, what the fuck happened? Did that thing swipe at her? Did she like?
I was told it didn't touch her at all.
But
That it
she's
just-
not. She's not awake.
No. And I
Wait.
didn't see what happened. Adriel came in and said that they had taken Brian to the medic, and
It's
that's
too
all I
soon.
know. I'm so sorry. That's all I know.
It is way too soon. We literally just got here. She's not gonna die. She can't die. That's not
Nobody's
gonna happen.
dying. Nobody's gonna die.
mm,
Do you remember? Nobody's
she's-
gonna die.
You saw the thing, right? You
Yeah.
saw the thing outside, right?
But look,
She better fucking live, because I'm not.
nobody's
I'm
gonna
not-
die, Winona.
I'm not
We're all. Nobody's going home without our best friends.
Okay.
We're gonna do everything we can.
You're awfully confident.
Nobody's losing their best friend.
Okay. Can I at least see her? Can I don't know what to do now. Fuck.
If you want, we can go see. We can go see how they're doing. I'm sure that they can give us an update, and then maybe we can go see if Gideon or Adriel have found anything else. I know they were looking at books that Gideon's parents had from the wilds. Maybe they could have already found something. We've been in here for a long time, Winona. They could have already found something.
I'm gonna believe it when I see it. So somebody better bring Brian back alive. Because I don't know what I'm gonna do without her. I need a distraction. Shit.
No. Do you want to get some food? It's been a while.
Okay.
Let's eat something, and then we'll see what the others are doing, if they're still awake.
Okay.
But let's get some food first, one step at a time.
We can do that.
Winona,
What?
it's gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Back to the dead of night on the Copper Vale, the airship sailing towards Terrapine, Brian's hometown. Winona, Current, you've just eaten some flatbread pizza in the kitchen. You've had that. But I think, Brian, we start with you. The first things you feel are darkness and anger. Those are things you can feel without opening your eyes. And so is pain. That's the first thing you feel. Third, sorry, counting is hard when things suck this bad. Do you think it's worse than the first time? You woke
I
up
do.
a month after the first time.
I know.
This is 3 hours.
Yeah, it's a lot worse. Brian wakes up screaming.
Gideon, you are by the equipment when you hear Brian's scream come from Gemma's room.
So I've already gone down to the equipment area.
Yes, you finished your business in the equipment area, but I'm just telling you that's where you are when you heard it. You heard it. I'm coming back now to Brian, but let me know if you're trying to visit them in the night.
Yeah, if I hear Brian scream, then yeah. If I'm already done with what I did, then yes.
Okay. I think you actually kind of like run into Current and Winona, who were just coming like back. So you all like run into each other at the same time. And hear the screen at the same time. It's all everything at once.
Is that Brian?
I think should we go?
Yes.
Yes. And they rush off to go find Brian, I suppose.
All right. Brian, you scream. You come to screaming. You are lying on your front. You are in a big, comfortable bed, more comfortable than you've ever been on. You feel like the weight of the bed like shifting as someone is moving around. And then you feel a close but familiar warmth as you feel Pirate Captain Gemma Vario straddle your back. Not so she's resting on you, but so that she's like hovering above it, right? And you hear like a soft sound of a lukewarm rag in a basin.
So
and then
Brian's instinct is going to be to try to arch to get away because she's going to think she's being attacked and it's going to hurt worse.
Yeah.
When she does that. So
Yeah,
I think she tries to do that and then she like screams again and like falls back down.
Yeah, you try to do that. You feel a very firm hand on the base of your lower back, and then like a very like not even very nice hand like push your head back into the bed, and you hear, "Easy now, soldier. This is the part where I take care of you, right?"
Brian starts babbling.
It's all right. It's all right. Brian, we're all right.
Gemma, what the fuck? What? Why?
I know.
Why does it hurt like that? What is happening?
I know it's gonna hurt for a while, sweetheart. Okay.
No. We can't do this. We're not. This isn't. Like, it's not supposed to be like this, Gemma. I can't. What happened?
Brian, pain isn't forever. Say that for me right now.
You don't know. You weren't there. Frida was there. It took months, Gemma. You don't know.
Gemma press her thumb down very close to this wound. You hear her say, "Brian, we're not getting worked up now, darling. We're not." And you hear her kind of like, it's almost like a warm enveloping, right? She kind of like brings her down. So she's almost like curled on top of you, right? And so her hair kind of spills over you. You can like feel her like tiefling horn like brush up against the back of your skull as she kind of leans close. And in a moment of offered levity, she says to you, "Right, dear. I was hoping to pull the ropes out of my bags under a bit more of a fun circumstance. Please don't make it this one."
Don't tie me up, Gemma. That's not going to fix the problem.
You're right. Pretty bad problem, right?
What happened?
I don't know. One of my best crew decided to go out to the deck in a rainstorm. The pressure on your back gets a little bit tougher as she's washing away this wound.
Brian like grits her teeth and just kind of like groans. And she says, "That fucking bastard, I'm gonna kill him if I ever find him. I swear to God, I'm gonna put his fucking head on a spike and I'm gonna set it right outside the goddamn castle walls. I will kill all of them, Gemma. I don't care. Fuck. What are you doing?"
I'm washing your wound off and you're getting so angry you're squirming. What do you want me to do, Brian? Set you loose? We don't have cannons like that ship does.
What ship, Gemma? What the fuck are you
I don't even want
about?
to fucking talk about it. I'll tell you that much. And she keeps like washing away at you. And she says, listen, this one's pretty nasty, right?
Am I still glowing?
You can't tell. Gemma's kind of
Okay.
pinned your face into the bed.
Okay.
I don't think. I just think you don't know yet.
Sorry, out of character moment. Sorry.
I know, no, that's great. And she says, "It's gonna be some tricky business fixing this one."
Gemma.
Right? Yes.
I think you're probably trying to help me right now, but I really need you to stop fucking touching me because I'm in so much pain. I feel like I'm gonna pass out again.
Darling, I would not be surprised if you passed out several times in the next few hours. However, I do have to keep doing this. And
Brian
she kind
screams
of like
again.
pauses for a
With her
moment. She
teeth and
says,
screams.
honestly, don't know how else to phrase it. It's leaking magic, and I hate it. Yeah, and another like,
Magic. What the fuck does that mean? Gemma, what? Gemma, what was that thing? What happened?
And it is at this point that current Winona and Gideon all arrive at Gemma's door. Do you knock? Do you stroll right in?
I start pounding on the door.
You start pounding on the door, Brian. You hear this, and it's hard not to jump a little bit. You hear panic
She
knocking.
probably tries to twist again because she still thinks she's being attacked.
And an even harder press from Gemma, but she also uses it to like help her like kind of like sit up. And she turns her head to the back and she says, "Which one of you Carthinians is knocking on my door like that?"
It's Winona, and I would like to know if Brian's okay.
Brian starts babbling again.
Oh, I think that Brian hears Gemma mutter something very unkind under her breath, and then like effortlessly kind of roll and get out of the bed.
Once she's free from Gemma's weight, even just up to like that little bit of weight, she like sinks as far down as she possibly can. And then she like curls her arms down around the cot and starts like clawing at the bottom of it with her nails, just trying to get any sensation in any part of her body that's not her back right now.
So you see Gemma comes over and just like opens the door, but she doesn't even look at you. So she just kind of gives it like a casual open and then like keeps going and doing what she's doing. She walks over to like the single like bag that she brought on, and you see her set it down, open it, reach into a very specific bottle, pull out a flask, and go back to Brian. Gideon, current, Winona, what does it look like as the three of you are let in?
I think like Gideon goes and tries to take one of Brian's hands and is just trying to like kneel next to them on the bed.
Brian slaps your
"Hey."
hand away. Before you can say anything, Brian slaps your hand away, and she's muttering over and over, like, "I'm gonna fucking kill him. I'm gonna put his head on a goddamn spike." And that's in between like intense, like hissing inhales of breath. Like she's like panting. She's like
At that
very
point,
desperately trying to
Gideon-
hold on.
Gideon, you watch your hand get slapped away, and like Gemma's presence quickly replace it as she basically shoves this flask into Brian's hands. And you see Gemma looks down at you, Brian, and says, all right, babe, stop making this about you. Drink up. And then she turns to go back to the basin.
I don't think Brian can even twist to drink this. I think when she tries, she like cries out again and then like flops back on her stomach for a third or fourth time. And she probably drops the flask, honestly. I don't think her hands are strong enough to hold it right now.
Gideon, please roll a dexterity saving throw to catch that.
All right. And then I think also Gideon kind of looks to Winona and in a confused like head tilt goes, him?
I'm trying to figure out who's him too. I don't know who.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
I don't know him.
I don't know him. I
don't know him.
I am not him.
I super dropped the flask.
You super drop the
drop
flask.
it.
Oh my god. Gemma gives you the most scathing look, Gideon. She looks up and she says, "That was 900 years old."
Does
But
it
you shouldn't have
completely
handed it to
spill?
someone.
But she doesn't even respond. Like you saying that does not absolve you of any of the blame in her eyes. So she gives you like the most just like okay. And now Winona and Current, what are you up to?
I'm kind of standing there in shock, and I see that there's a whole situation happening, and I notice a scar, and I don't want to move, but I also want to see if Brian's like okay. So I kind of but I know that she isn't clearly, so I don't really know what to do, and I'm just kind of standing there in shock. Like, are you like? And I kind of asked Gemma, I'm like, is this gonna take a while to heal? Like, what's happening?
Oh, me? Are we asking me? Right.
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I can tell you, right? Yes, this is colossal magic, what that is. Nasty piece of work. Very hard for mortals to sort out. You know, Brian's a tough one. It'll be fine.
Brian is openly sobbing into the bed now.
And Gemma does not look concerned about it at all.
She doesn't look fine.
Well, I mean, would you be fine if Colossal ripped your back wide open?
Brian hears that. And she says,
"Oh yeah, sure.
What the fuck? The fuck is a colossal? What the fuck is that? What is that?" And she again like
Brian,
tries
you
to
know what a
arch up
colossal
off the
is.
bed.
Gemma looks at Gideon and says, "Can you do something?"
Yeah. And Gideon goes to sort of like hold Brian down in a firm but vaguely like comforting way to just sort of like push her further down on the bed so she stops writhing. And Gideon kind of gets close to Brian's ear and says quietly, but still so that like Winona and Current can hear, "Who's he? Is this an old scar? You never told me about this one."
Brian like hunches her shoulders up and says, "Don't fucking touch me, Gideon. Don't fucking touch me right now."
Gideon pulls back.
Brian, are you making this harder than it needs to be?
Gemma, I swear to fucking God, I'll kill you too. I'll put your head on a spike, I swear to God.
Brian, I've had better pirates who have complained less, and I've kicked them off for being crybabies. Get it
Gemma,
together.
you just told me I'm leaking magic. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh my God. You did this. You were on the deck in the rain. And you see there's very little pity for you in her eyes.
I think Brian once again tries to like arch and twist. And I think the pain is so severe that time that she knocks herself out a second time.
My God,
Jesus
drama
fucking
queen.
Christ, Brian.
All right, probably be a bit that for the next 12 hours. Can I do anything for you three? Yeah, you good?
Are we good?
Gemma,
No?
is there something that we can do?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, ask me a question, Brian.
While she's on her stomach on this cot, I'm assuming that they had to like cut her shirt open so everybody can see the full length of this scar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to clarify what that looks like. So the scar that Brian has
like
starts...
talk about like the magic that I want to
Yeah.
give you the realm. Talk about like what has happened to it with the magic now that the colossal like ripped it open from so far away, and like tell me what it looks like now.
Yeah, so Brian has a scar. It's about a year and a half old now ish, if my math is right. And it starts like at the upper curve of her right shoulder. She's a halfling, remember that. So it starts at the upper curve of her right shoulder, goes down her back and over, and ends right above her left hip. The edges right now look as if they have been torn apart by something serrated. And the sides are like glowing this like very, very dark purple, almost like a smoky color, I think. And the magic that's leaking from it, it has like a foggy, like it looks like fog as it's like kind of pouring from her back. It's almost like somebody stuck dry ice and then poured water over it.
And I think, Brian, you heard that like when Gemma was like pulling, like wiping off this like magic and like pulling it from the wound like gently as she like rubbed away at it, you almost heard like a hissing sound as like the magic was being put out each time she sort of like seeped it away.
And then I think all around the cut, you can see like she's still bleeding, I think, a little bit. And so there's like dried blood and like splotches of blood, like kind of like around the cut from where people have been trying to like clean her up and like heal this. And I think any attempts at healing it have not been successful.
So that's what the three of you are looking at as Gemma just kind of like goes back to like cleaning up the broken, the spilled flask on the ground.
Gideon looks over to Current and Winona and kind of just nods their head and goes, I found some stuff in some journals about how to flux magic, the magic wounds. I found something. It's not concrete, but it's a lead. Gives us some insight into what this is. I can show you what I found if you'd like.
Yeah, is there anything that we can do like right now? Yeah.
No. And then like Gideon sort of like fills them in on like everything, like the like worst trait being brought out. It commonly, I think they don't mention the death thing. They do not mention that, but like the flux folk thing, the thing they found in their father's journal, and they relay all of that to them and Gemma as well.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Had this happen to a guy named oh fuck, what was his name? Shit. Jet? Was it Jet? I think the bloke's name was Jet. Had this happen to him once. Interesting though, started with his teeth. They all turned black, rotted, fell out. Oh shit. Fell out, right? All his teeth. And then like his body rotted from like the mouth out. Ugh. What says this with like the most nonchalance in the world?
Cool.
Is that what's going to happen to Brian?
No.
Probably not.
Absolutely not. We are not letting that happen.
How would we even stop something like that from fucking happening?
Yeah, it was a lot of purpose from someone who's never left Curthis before. You got any big ideas, Bright One?
Well, I have. Sorry.
You mentioned something about somebody who they traded a ship that was the Flux people. Flux folk.
Yeah, some Flux folk. They'll make deals with Fretzman, or just other Wild citizens, members of the Wild's congregation. You know, all that kind of stuff. Promises here in the Wilds, deals, things like that. Quite tricky. Have any of you heard about things like that?
No.
All right, kids. Well, since we're heading into the Wild tomorrow, here's the thing you need to know. The first thing, the only thing, never make a promise in 3. That makes it magically binding.
So don't make 3 promises in a row?
Don't make a promise 3 times, Winona. That's what it is.
Okay.
Deals with Flux folk. They can get you by. they can also kill you faster than anything else here. If we need to, we'll navigate around making a deal like that to keep Brian alive. I have no interest in, honestly, can't phrase it any nicer, babysitting all of you, and Brian seemed to be doing a pretty good job of that. So, vital role as far as I'm concerned. God knows Luso doesn't want anything to do with a lot of you. So, gonna let her heal up, see where we're at when we get to Terrapine, make deals with who we need to, right?
Whatever.
Right.
Okay.
I'll do some reading on deals with Fae folk and see if that gets us anywhere.
Gideon, we'll be fine. I mean, we've got what? Have you looked at the stores yet? 300,000 gold on the ship or something? We can make something happen. It'll just make us... If we have to fork over a lot of money to get Brian fixed, we're going to get a reputation of roaming around the wilds, getting hurt a lot and throwing a lot of money at it to fix it. Not great.
No. But it's Brian, so.
You're right. It's Brian.
Is there a problem with that, Gemma?
Do you have a problem with me, Winona?
No, I just don't like your attitude right now with my best friend near death right there. I feel like we could be just a little bit more, I don't know, like understanding. I know that this is your thing and that you sail the seas and you do the... I'm just not used to... I don't know.
Winona? One. You get one. You can question my authority and my presence once in front of me, and I let it slide. It's that second time where it becomes an issue. Heard?
Heard.
Anything else, Current?
No. Loud and clear.
I think as this is happening.
I think Brian's heard all of this, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And I think Brian's breathing is starting to pick up a little bit, and she's starting to like keen, not whimper, but like this like low kind of horrible, like shaking, painful moaning sound.
And with that, Gemma looks at the three of you and says, I should get back to this. Anything else?
Winona just turns around and walks out without saying anything.
Gemma, standing in her full authority, looks at the two of you who remain in her room.
No, ma'am. Do you need anything?
I might ask for a few things to keep her up during the night. We'll see.
Let me know.
By the way, you two, I don't do this for fun. I do this to keep us all alive. Heard?
Understood.
Yeah.
Right then, get the fuck out of my room.
Gideon leaves.
Adriel, what are you up to?
That's a good question. Adriel was gonna check on Brian, but everyone else already did that, so I don't think Adriel's gonna also do that. Because she heard how that went. So I think Adriel's like, you know what I don't feel like doing right now? Fighting with Gemma. That's what I don't feel like doing right now.
You'd lose. So
I would definitely lose. I think Adriel really quickly goes to the kitchens, makes Gideon like something for them to eat, and like leaves it like outside of Gideon's room, like on like a table, knocks very gently, and then goes to where like all the provisions are with all the books and stuff.
yeah, you head over to sort of the equipment section. Go ahead and make a perception roll as you kind of get on in here.
I'm gonna use a luck point.
Okay.
That's worse. All right.
Oh no.
What is it?
It's a 7.
Okay. Yeah. So you get over, you're over here in the equipment section. What are you doing while you're here?
I think she's just like looking for the books, and then I think she wants to do star divination, but it's still raining, so I think she kind of just like wants to like use.
Yeah. So you can actually go over to that there are some magical telescopes that'll actually let you look past the clouds and into the night sky. If you'd like to head over to the telescope and make an Arcana check, you can check to see if it's this kind of telescope.
Yeah, do that. 13.
A 13. You head over and you are trying to get a feel for this. This is after, of course, discovering that all the books are already gone. They're in someone's room. Who knows? They're already in use. It's like the world's worst library. And what is kind of left over here is the telescope, and you're looking it over and you're tracing over like the inscription on the telescope, on this gold telescope itself, this metal, to see if you can find any of like the common runes that would denote what kind of magic is instilled in this telescope. And it catches your attention. The front lens of this telescope has been forcefully shattered with purpose. And it is broken in its entirety.
I think Adriel, her heart sinks. And she, like, because it's no longer usable, she will take like a tool or something and pop off like the little tiny ring that is in the eyepiece, and pop off the little tiny ring, take off her Arcanon necklace, and jimmy rig it so that it's a part of that astrolabe ring.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check to do that, to sort of bring these two things together. And then if you would like to do an investigation check at this point to try and get a feel for what has transpired here, you can as well.
Yeah. 19 to put the thing on the necklace.
It looks beautiful, like it's made this way.
Is it investigation? I'm gonna use my last luck point for this.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Not better. A 9.
What is up with your rolls
I don't
tonight,
know.
sweet friend?
I don't know.
You are looking at this glass and you're like touching it, and then there's like this telescope is like very, very cold, much colder than you would expect it to be here in this room right now. And also there's water on it. It's wet.
Is it water or is it blood?
It's water.
Can I put 2 and 2 together?
What do you wish to put together at this point?
No, I'm just gonna hold on to it. I don't think she would. I think she would just not know.
Okay.
Although she
And
does know
Gideon?
that the only person that came by here was Gideon to get the books. And so I
Mm-hmm.
do think that she does put that together, and we'll take the telescope to Gideon's room.
And with that, Gideon, you may clear your condition.
Yay!
Adriel goes and knocks on Gideon's door.
All right. We pick up there.
I thought I rolled a nat 20 on my stealth roll.
You did roll a nat 20 on your stealth roll. You did not get caught.
Mhm.
It's not my fault. You told Jude.
We don't have to do this.
Oh,
No.
This
No,
is
no,
to
I
be
like it.
sorted. I don't get in between player versus player.
Molly, if you don't want, we don't have to do
Sauce.
this.
No, I love it. It's good.
Okay.
I have an idea.
Okay. Adriel goes and knocks on Gideon's door.
Gideon opens the door, eyes puffy and red.
Adriel also, like, eyes a little puffy, is just kind of like sighs and her shoulders kind of fall. And just decides that she like pressing it is not even, probably not important. I'm sorry, I should go.
No. What's up? Sorry, I'm tired. What's up?
Why are your eyes red? Why are you crying?
We just saw Brian and I've just never seen her like that. It was freaky. And I'm just having a bad night. Why are you okay? You seem more upset than you were earlier.
It's not important. It's not important.
Of course it's important.
She sets the telescope down. It's not important.
Is this Adriel saying, like, I know? Is that what that?
It's her making a guess. Because you were, in her head, you were the only one in the provisions looking for the books.
I think Gideon takes out the letter they found in Alan's journal and just wordlessly hands it to Adriel.
Adriel will read it. And just gets angrier and angrier with every paragraph.
Let me read the beginning for you again.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the vibes.
Thank
and
you.
the newcomers.
The newcomers.
This is a message from the queen of your country to Gideon's godparent. The beginning of it writes, "Blessed Hierophant, I write seeking your counsel in due admiration and humble confidence on the issue of Kurthus's future." And that is the beginning. And it is a letter from the queen to Gideon's godfather, basically instructing Alan to procure your separation.
Adriel will take a breath, a single tear rolling down her cheek, and just go, well, that conversation makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. And Gideon like also walks over and shows Adriel that the picture of Alan is broken. And they kind of like hang their head and they go, "I'm sorry. I know it was childish. I just got so angry." No, it's not. I shouldn't. I'm sorry. It's just not fair.
There are other telescopes Gideon. It's fine.
No, but that one was for you. That's why I did it. It's because it's
Because everything is for me, Gideon, and that's not fair. You're a talented sorcerer. You're intelligent and smart and daring, and a lot of the times, everything that I wish I could be. You are one of the bravest people that I know. And everyone walking all over you and treating you like garbage makes me want to lose my mind. Because it's not fair. Because they don't know you. They don't know you the way that I know you. They don't know you the way that Current knows you. And it's just not fucking fair. And she rips off her necklace and throws it out the wall.
no. But everything you get, you deserve. I mean,
No, I
that's
don't,
the worst
Gideon.
part of the letter is
I
that she's right.
don't.
She's right.
No, she's not, Gideon. I am the chosen. I am an Aasimar who got born into nobility. I am someone who gets special treatment because of the way that I was born, and it's not fair. It's not fair. And you get treated like garbage for no fucking reason.
No, it's not for no reason. Alan wouldn't have listened if it was for no reason. That's the worst part. That's the worst part. Is that she makes a lot of good points, and I can't convince myself she's wrong anymore. That's why I agreed to when it first happened.
She's wrong, Gideon. She's wrong. And Adra will like whip around and like slam the door behind her so that like this is not echoing out into the hallway. Gideon Osmond, she's wrong. You are not going to sit there and tell me that she's correct. That's not what we're doing right now. It's not what we're fucking doing right now. I didn't leave because Alan told me to leave. I left because Alan said that you would not be able to compete to be a court mage. That's why I left. And if you think for a day that I ever fucking stopped loving you, you're also wrong about that. And she's like shaking and like is like trying not to cry and is like having a very hard time. And there's this, and she like pauses after that.
I think Gideon walks over to Adriel and gives her a huge hug and kisses the top of her head. And then puts their finger under Adriel's chin and tilts her head up and sort of looks for permission in Adriel's eyes for a kiss.
Adriel kisses Gideon and starts sobbing. Starts fucking crying.
They're making out.
Yeah, they're making out now. Yeah, we're making out now while she's crying.
Hell fucking yeah, you are.
I didn't ask Jude beforehand, so I wanted to be a good egg.
Consent?
Yeah, we're good. No, we're fine.
Nice. All right, now we sorry, I just dabbed over consent. So this desperate kissing happening in between tear stains and like honestly like dried blood underneath fingertails. It is this desperate breathing each other in, pinned up against the raining window as like the spilling rain kind of like frames your portraits, I think is kind of what I'm visualizing. I now have a question for all 5 of you. What does the next 32 hours before you land look like?
I think Adriel spends the next 32 hours reading as much as she possibly can from the Fluxfolk book And also the botany book.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an intelligence roll. Meanwhile,
What are my rolls today? Garbage.
7. I'll let you move one up one. Which would you like to move?
The Flux Folk one.
Okay, you move Flux Folk Anthropology up 1. You start the read. It's a pretty terrifying one, not gonna lie. Did the necklace ever make it back around your neck, Adrielle?
I think she picked it up, but I don't think she's wearing it currently.
Oh, I get it. Currently.
Yeah.
Current, what did you do for the next 32 hours?
I think Current's gonna spend some time checking to make sure that their friends are doing okay.
And when Current checks in on Adrielle and Gideon, on a scale of 1 to yes, how obvious is it that you two have done this back together again? Sort of make out.
There's like a giant hickey on Adriel's neck.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's a ginormous hickey on in between Adriel's shoulder and neck.
And I'm assuming I can see this, right?
Oh yeah, you absolutely. Like she's trying to hide it with her hair, but like it's pretty clear.
Kurt's just gonna look back at both of you, just back and forth, and then just smile. Mm-hmm. Just a confirmation. So everything good in here?
Yeah, everything's fine. I want tea, so I'm gonna go do that. Yeah.
Sounds good. Tea's great.
Okay. Yeah, tea's cool. Just like nothing behind their eyes, just kind of like, how are you holding up, Current? Are you?
I'm doing good. I think I'm gonna probably look at some of the books that we have. Maybe I was thinking maybe there's something about the botany there that maybe there's something that can help that we can find when we touch down.
Yeah. And Gideon starts like shuffling through the books to try and find one that would like correspond to that to give to Current. Like clearly nervous.
Yeah, so Current, what book do you end up reading?
The Wild's Botany.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an intelligence roll as you read it. As you start studying the various flora and fauna that are found in the Feywild below.
Nice.
Got a 16?
A 16. Cool. So that's going to be, I believe, because we said it was 16, so it's going to be 3 little things. I'll write this down and have it formalized next time. So 3 little chunks. Go ahead and add 1 to your nature checks. You learn during this time of a very specific plant. And I'm going to tell you about this plant because now you know to look out for it. So, this plant that you find is called the Maiden Mirror Mushroom. It is found in various thickets throughout the wilds, and they're very common. So here's my little picture. I'll put it up in Roll20 one day. There's a little picture of the mushrooms. So One of the simple but deadly beauties of the wilds, maiden mirror mushrooms are rare fungi that exist in patches amongst overgrown thickets. If a creature looks into one of these enchanting mirror-like surfaces, they will be transported into a pocket dimension held within each reflective surface. Maiden mirror mushrooms, or maiden mushrooms, are popular amongst the flux folk because they're considered a delicacy, raw, or baked into other delights. And there's a quote underneath it, and it says, "The tastiest, fleshiest, spore-bearing fruits in the kingdom are as complex as their prisoners." Cor Mose Ireath, head chef of Euphoria and Mirage City. That's what you learned today. Congrats!
Yay, I'm excited. Would I just hold on to that information until?
Yeah, you just have it
later on?
now, and I'll
Okay.
read you more. You'll learn more later, but that's what you learned is in your intro to botany. I'm gonna give you a fun one every time, like a Pokemon. It's gonna be great. Current, do you do anything else in these 32 hours?
I think I'll also probably spend time in my room, just because Current's room is right next to it's like touching Gemma's room, and listening to see if I can hear anything, or just kind of making sure if I can still hear Brine, then I know Brine's alive.
Right. Interesting. We're gonna hold on to that. Winona, what do you do?
I am currently trying to avoid Gemma at all costs because I can't.
She does the thing where she makes you avoid her. She's not going to alter her shit at all.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And I don't care. I don't want to be near her.
Cool.
And so I end up spending some time in my room, and I am curious about now everything that's it feels extremely real. Not that it wasn't real before, but between the colossal and passing out from exhaustion and Brine being so hurt that I can't spend time with her. I do want to do some reading also to kind of wrap my head around why we're even here in the first place. So the book that kind of draws me in is a history of Kurthus's encounters.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an intelligence roll.
Where do I? Oh,
you got this, bestie.
There we go. Is that right? Not.
Nope. So on your sheet, where it's
yeah,
it's kind of hidden. It's she's a tricky lady. That roll 20 a 2. So tell me why this do so bad.
Because I'm really stressed out and I can't retain information right now. So I'm trying my best to read, but it's kind of I'm reading the same sentence over and over again.
I'm from the weeds. I don't fucking read. I go see plays. I don't read.
Right. So I'm just kind of rereading the same page over and over, and I haven't retained a thing.
Okay, I love that. I love the thought of you at a table with Gideon and Adriel and Current, and they're studying like they used to study as castle kids, right? And they're so enveloped and they're into it, and you're also there trying to be cool and also look studious as you're.
Am I doing
You make me laugh. I'm gonna die. Okay.
You're perfect, Winona.
You never change.
Never change. We love you so much.
Thank you.
Gideon in character says this to Winona.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Perfect.
It's okay. Yeah.
And now we head over to Gideon. You're the last one who's conscious. So what is your?
I think I'm conscious for at least some of that 32 hours. Am I going last though?
Yes.
Okay.
Most. Gideon, what are you up to?
If Brian's awake, can I go visit her again? I feel.
Yes, if visiting Brian is on your menu, sure. If there's anything else, let me know.
Yes, I'd like to order one Brian on my menu, please.
What else? We're out of Brian. What else do you want? I'll give you a Brian scene. I'll tie it in with how I handle Brian's 32 hours, but are you doing anything else?
No. I think Gideon and Adriel make out, then they spoon for like a full hour. Gideon is the big spoon. And then they like go back to studying, have their moment with Current, and then they're studying with Winona. I think Gideon briefly like bakes something for everyone while they're studying.
Oh, cute. I have a question. Do you two discuss it at all? Or do we just not talk about it?
I mean, we can. I don't know.
No, I just genuinely knew, like, in
think
that span of 32 hours, do you touch base, or is it so like we've had so much trauma, like even entertaining this conversation isn't going to work for either of us right now?
I think
Gideon's scared to talk about it. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. What do you think, Jude?
I think Adriel doesn't want to like push it. I think that Adriel like gives space for it, but if Gideon doesn't like take it, then Adriel's just not gonna push them on it.
Yeah, I think for Gideon, it's like this like beautiful thing that just happened, and they're worried if they do more, they're gonna like fuck it up somehow. But there's still like an energy between them. Like while Gideon's baking, they're like smiling at Adriel a lot, and it's very like there's a lot of warmth there, but they're scared to like break the spell of how good that just was for them.
For sure.
And Gideon makes little like apple strudel things for everyone. It's like a little apple crisp thing. Which they normally don't do for people. I think this may be the first time Current has seen Gideon bake. They have eaten Gideon's baking before.
Okay.
But yeah.
Are you good at it?
Yeah, Gideon's really good at baking.
Yeah, that's how.
This
that's
is like
cute.
Gideon's
Yeah.
thing. It's their secret hobby.
Okay, perfect. All right. Brian aside, anything else before we touch down? Adri, I'd like to visit your morning conversation with Lusso, the morning after the incident. What time do you arrive for Lusso's breakfast meeting with you?
I forgot we were doing this early, so I don't
Do
think
you skip it?
No, I don't think I skipped
Oh,
it.
okay.
I think Adri like pries herself out of bed, gives Gideon like a quick kiss, and then kisses her on the forehead and just says, "I'll be back after my meeting." Looks in the mirror on her way out, notices this giant hickey, even though she told Gideon to not put it there.
Great, thanks, Gideon.
And we'll like try to cover it with her hair. And
Thanks
head
a
down to the
lot,
breakfast
Gideon.
bar.
Okay, perfect. So, you show up, and you can Lusso has like drawn like these like on these 2 pages, this like these 2 informational pages about Terrapine. And these 2 pages are just sitting on the center of the table when you come and sit down. Lusso doesn't have any food in front of him. You sit down and he sort of like gestures at the papers that are in the middle and says, "Tell me if you have questions."
Adriel will like.
And then can we have each of the players read some of this? Just so we can all be on the same page. Let's start with
Does that include me?
it certainly can. Sam, why don't I let you
Listen,
talk
I
this
just feel
episode?
left out, okay?
I know. I know. You'll talk again one day.
I know. Someday.
And so Sam, how about you go ahead and describe this map everyone's looking at?
So this is basically a giant. Is it a tortoise or a turtle?
It's a tortoise statue, yeah.
It's a tortoise statue. So this is a giant tortoise statue that is sort of wrapped around, like the inside is carved out to create a city that's like very split level. Like it's very kind of like up and down. And on sort of like the outside, there's like an entry gate. And there's some like, how did you describe them earlier, KM? Like mercenary outposts.
Yeah, there's some merc outposts for
Yeah.
like people who don't want to like get inside Terrapine proper, mercenaries who are just staying for the night and leaving again, or just like are part of the outside guard. It's like a fraternity neighborhood, a gender neutral fraternity neighborhood on the outside of Terrapine.
Yeah.
And then on the inside, you can see all these little clusters. You can, the biggest thing to know about Terrapine, and this is what you is sort of explained to Adriel. This is this on the left side of this. Wait, hold on the right side of this map, you can see there's something called the Terrapine entrance, the Terrapine tourism terrace, and the Terrapine embassies. And what Luso explains to you in the most boring deadpan on earth is that until you have approval from the 5 guilds of Terrapine, you are not allowed past the guild checkpoint. So you are only allowed to the embassies, the tourism terrace, and the entrance. You have to have approval from every guild in Terrapine to let you in past that. And so Luso explains to you that that might be something that you need to do dependent on your mission. Now, can I have each of the players go ahead and read one of the guilds for me? Let me know if my handwriting is too shitty or too bad, and I will read it instead for you. To explain, each of the little charts by each one of these guilds is sort of their ability system. You can see it represented in the center. So like that, like 12 o'clock area, that's like their honor score. So the bigger it is, the better it is, the lesser it is, the worse they are at it. So around in clockwise order, you have honor, wealth, discipline, ambition, exclusivity, danger, knowledge, leadership, piety, and resources. So those are all of them for each one. So who wants to read which one first?
I can go. Is that cadavers? Am I saying that?
Yes,
correctly?
cadavers.
The cadavers. I'll read that one. So their sigil is a tortoise shell with swords, and the cadavers are a mercenary guild responsible for the safety of Terrapine. They're gritty, lively misfits, honorable.
Meritocracy.
Meritocracy. Okay. For hire, and their expertise are swords, magic, killing, staying alive, and burying loved ones.
Yeah. All right. Who's next?
I can read Isis Fidelity.
Yes, Isis Fidelity. Go ahead, tell us about him.
Who's this? The sigil is the hourglass, named after the first Asimar Isa, the first angel to serve the
Apotheon sisters.
Yep, Apotheon sisters, who resorted to a life of chaotically benevolent piracy and starfaring?
Seafaring.
Seafaring, my bad. After the sisters left. Expertise, infrastructure, politics, elitism, honor, piety, and money. The honor amongst thieves.
Who next?
I'll read the Ursimo.
I can go.
Oh, go ahead, Molly.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, you go.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll read Hawkmongress. Sigil, Hawk. Expertise, scavs, economics, wilds, lore, staying alive, excursions, betrayal, archaeology, adventuring, and bringing wealth to Terrapine. Cutthroats, pickpockets, burglars, assassins. Composed of hyper-competitive teams, the Hawkmongress is full of legends, selfish things they are. The lovely spirit of Terrapine, said as a blessing and a condemnation.
So very much like Hawkmongress, the lovely spirit of Terrapine, they say after their house has been burned down on accident, but also when like they've saved their kid, you know, it's for both situations. Just, oh, the lovely spirit of Terrapine, the Hawkmongress. So each of those are composed of like hyper competitive like grab teams. If anyone has seen the anime Fairy Tale, kind of like that. Who's next?
Me. The Ursimo Union. The guild responsible for the nationalization attempt to turn Terrapine into an empire. Full of industrialists and business owners, considers itself a family and expects its members to act as such. Their sigil is a unicorn, and their expertise is enterprise, tech, magic, and nationalism.
You ever be good at nationalism? And best for last,
Is it pronounced Exubifax?
Zubafax.
Zubifax. Okay, so Zubifax, their sigil is the bat. Their expertise is in science, brilliance, agriculture, knowledge, innovation, peace, essences, flux folk relations, medicine, and alchemy. The brilliance among the dark.
And this is what you learn, Adriel, as you sit here at breakfast.
Adriel has like her own like notebook and is like taking notes and like made like a chart of her own to like.
Yeah, and I think Luso notices you do that and says, "Keep those," and like offers you the papers.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I don't really have any questions at the moment. Is there anything else that you wanted to discuss with me?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you. And she'll leave because he doesn't have anything to say to her.
Yeah, Luso just like watches you go. Same knife in his hands.
This man.
This guy.
This man.
This man. So, Brine,
Hi.
your 32 hours. Much to her benefit, Gemma is there almost every time you wake up. There to like soothe you and bring you back down. And although it is terse at times, you can tell it's her way of keeping you alive. You know, I think there is a bit of it that like, you know that a captain could never show hysteria about a situation like this. Ever. That's not how people stay alive. And so I think like,
And that's why I wanted her.
Ryan is much more understanding of how Gemma's treating the people on this ship than
I'm also really mad that she keeps touching me though, because it fucking hurts.
Yeah. And each time you complain about it, she flicks you in the back of the head.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's very not nice about it. She says, "Sorry, did I walk you to the dock?" As she continues lauding over the fact that this is 100% your fault. And I think that like Gideon has kind of like planned this out because I think Gideon's a little trickster. I think Gideon notices that Luso and Gemma kind of like disappear to the ship center quite at like very specific times, right? There's like a midday check-in and like an evening check-in and like a night check-in. And so I think it's at one of these times that if Gideon, you did want to sneak in when Nurse Gemma wasn't lauding over you, because Gemma, if any of you try to approach, well, Gemma is taking care of Brian, Gemma all but kicks you out. Gemma is very strict around this situation. So,
and I don't think Brian is with it enough to ask for her to let people stay.
That's true. Molly died. It was the Colossal. So you are you wake up during one of these times, Brian, and it's here close to the end. And I think Gemma is straddling you, doing the same thing on your back, right? Just pulling this magic away from this wound as it leaks out. And she kind of like sees you waking, and she says, "Right, love, 12 hours time, and we should be back to Terrapine."
I think Brian like takes a second to process that and then says, How are we 2 hours from Terrapine? How long have
12
I been
hours,
out?
use your ears. But yeah, should be there soon. We should be there soon because you've been sleeping the whole trip, love. Right then, letting your body heal, not a bad thing.
It doesn't feel like I'm healing, Gemma.
Well, maybe if you spent less time complaining, more time healing, you'd be a bit further along, wouldn't you?
That's
She
not how
kind
this
of,
works, and I think you know that. This isn't
and
a
she does. Like
normal.
she does know that. Like she's still giving you just a hard fucking time. Because I think like also like every moment you are wildly annoyed by her is a moment you're not in pain. But she also doesn't do pity at all for
Right.
anyone. So
Right.
so she just keeps like diligently seeping away at the wounds at your back. And she says, "You've been there, right? On your travels? Think you mentioned something about it."
I was born there.
And you there's kind of like a long pause and you can't see her, but she continues to should have guessed. You've got a bit of a Terrapine face.
Haven't been back in a while.
Any enemies who have been waiting?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, at least there's that. All I'm saying is that if we're in Terrapine, we see a tiefling with gold horns. We have to leave Terrapine.
What have you been doing in Terrapine with tieflings?
I had a job in Terrapine last year. Didn't go like the best. So I think
What
we
is
should
that,
be
Gemma?
good.
What does that mean?
I'm just
What did you
saying,
do?
tiefling with gold horns.
Oh my god,
Leave.
Gemma. You're exhausting. Okay.
Oh shit. Speaking of exhausting, love, got to go do my check-in. Just make sure, ship sailing, all that stuff. You good for a few minutes?
Yeah. Nothing's changing. I'll be here.
All right. Please don't get magic on my bed while I'm gone. And
Fuck
Gemma Gemma gives you like a kiss on the back of your head, and then gets up off your back, and you hear her leave.
Okay.
Gideon, how long were you waiting, and how long does it take for you to sneak in?
I think Gideon was waiting for a while, and pretty much as soon as they know Gemma's gone, they slide into the room.
Back so soon? Damn, that was a fast check-in.
Well,
Keep bearing in mind that Brian is face down.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
hey, it's me. You can't. It's Gideon.
Yeah, I know what you sound like.
We sent playlists to each other once. I don't know if you remember me.
You remember me?
I know what you sound like, Gideon. Gemma's gonna be back any minute. I know that she gets mad at y'all when you come in here.
Well,
What
then
are you
fine. She can
doing?
be mad at me. I wanted to see you. You're more lucid now. And Gideon pulls up a chair next to
More
Brian.
lucid. That's all right, I guess. I don't feel more lucid. Apparently
I'm
it's been
so
2
sorry,
days I've
Brian.
been out. 2 days?
Yeah.
What the fuck happened, Gideon? And she's gonna like turn her head and rest her cheek against the cot so she can look at you with her one eye.
Yeah. Gideon just kind of shakes her head and goes, we were talking, and then there was a colossal, and it looked at you, and
A colossal.
You don't remember seeing it?
I thought that was what it was, but it was okay. And what? It hit me and I went down like
It looked at you. I will never forget something like that. You just screamed and fell down. It was terrifying. I'm sorry, I can't imagine how much it must hurt. I mean,
Can I roll a history check to see if Brian would be able to put 2 and 2 together that this is a Fey wound? Like the original wound was a Fey wound?
Oh, go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Did that go? Oh, yes, it did. A 16?
A 16. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that you know enough about just like Flux Tales and like just your time sort of, learning kind of like the weird rules that the wilds exists.
Okay.
You would know that that like Fretzman would always like make jokes towards people who had Fey wounds before. They'd say, "Oh, once you're marked for life." This is probably the reason why.
Okay. So I think Brian kind of like stares at you for a second, Gideon, and then closes her good eye and takes a deep breath. And it's like that kind of like shuddering breath of like it hurts, but she like needs to do it anyway. And she opens her eye again and she looks at you and she says, "That fucking piece of shit brought fucking Faye into Kurthus. That's why I didn't fucking know. Holy shit.
Brian,
Holy shit.
catch me up here. I only knew about your 2 scars, the cat one and the cousin one. Those are the only 2 you've told me about.
Jesus. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you remember, like, a few months after we met, I missed a couple of poker nights?
Yeah, I was freaked out. I thought you died or got sick of me. Both the worst thing in my mind.
No, I didn't get sick of you, you dummy. Gideon, I almost died. I was had by a target. He was meeting. Oh God. Oh my God, it was Faye. He brought fucking Faye into Kurthus. And she's like visibly distressed. She actually probably tries to bring a hand up to like touch her head, and then like it hurts. And so she like twitches and her arm kind of like falls back down beside the bed. And so she pauses and she takes another breath. She says, "It was a job. It was a job, and I fucked up, and I thought this whole time that it was me, but it wasn't. I couldn't have known. I don't have magic, Gideon. I can't track Faye. Holy shit."
Okay, well I do, so I'll help you find who did this, and I'll kick his ass.
No,
And
Gideon, I know who did it. Jesus Christ, it was a fucking noble. I was supposed to. Oh my God, he was meeting an offshoreman, somebody from outside of Kurthus. I didn't know it was somebody from the goddamn wilds. I thought it was somebody from Terrapine at worst. I was supposed to take out this noble piece of shit and his source and collect whatever it was that they were trading and hand it off to my client and be done. And I tracked that man all day, and he never did anything that made me think that this could have happened. And then I got to the docks, and there was another person there, Gideon. Came out of the dock. I didn't even see him. They knocked me down and cut into me. It's a goddamn Fey wound. I'm fucking marked. Oh my God, if I ever find that man, I'm gonna fucking murder him. I'm gonna put his head on a spike and stick it outside the castle. I swear to God. Faye and Kurthus. Oh my God.
And that's why it opened up again, because it's.
Yeah.
But well, do you know
some
what's
piece
the
of shit
name?
noble? Yeah, I know his name. I haven't fucking forgotten it. It's been almost 2 years and I never will. His name is Oedicus Whitmore. Some fucking prissy piece of
Gideon.
shit.
The glass house you've been trying to keep together shatters into 1,000 pieces as Brine speaks the name of Current's father.
Can you say that one more time? That name? Just to make sure I heard it right.
Oedicus Whitmore, he's elvish, I think. Elven? I don't know. Fuck. I don't know what happened. He took off, him and the Fae too. They must have been Fae. God. Gemma said I was leaking magic. What does that mean?
Yeah, your back is. Do you want me to describe it to you? It's kind of gnarly, to be honest.
I've seen the cut, Gideon. What does leaking magic mean? I don't have magic.
Purple fog is seeping. Sorry. Just. Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm just a little lightheaded.
Can I do an insight
haven't
check?
slept.
Yeah, insight versus deception, please.
Ooh.
Only a 7, besties. That's not great. That's a tie.
With a tie, you two are a stand-up. Brine, the bile of wrath burns in your throat.
Gideon.
Brian.
Do you know that noble piece of shit? You grew up in the castle, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. The name's familiar. I have to think. I'm sorry. I need time to think, Brian.
What does that mean, time to think? Because you can't figure out who it is?
Yeah, I just need time. I need more
the
time.
Thoughts are coursing in your head. How did you fuck up? Did you fuck up by not noticing a corrupt man living by you for 26 years of your life? Or did you bring an assassin who would kill your best friend's father onto a ship with her? You don't know which.
I'd like to use I've seen things you wouldn't believe to try to take a string on Gideon. Can I do that?
Let's visit it, shall we? Go ahead and read it out loud for everyone.
When you roll emotional support, you may share a story of something you have seen or done that you think will help. If you do, they answer this question: does hearing about my past help you? If they answer yes, you may clear a condition even on a failed roll. If they answer no, lose a string you have on them or mark a condition. So I guess it would be a condition in this case.
So you can ask.
I have to precede it with a story. Is that okay?
You just did. Did you not?
That's not what I wanted.
A new one.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
So Brine is angry. And she can like kind of feel it burning through her in a way that it hasn't. And I think it's a combination of things, but largely just the fact that like she's really beating herself up for like not realizing that it was Faye and like not doing something about that, because like that's a big fucking deal. And so she's looking at Gideon and she says, Gideon, I've only been had like that one time before, and I was so fucking green. I was basically grass. You know how I told you that I lost my eye to a cat?
Yeah?
Somebody shoved it out of my skull, Gideon. You know that warehouse that burned down over in the ships or over in the docks? Maybe 8 years ago, 9?
Yeah.
I did that after he fucking ripped my eye out. So, if you know anything about this noble piece of shit and you're not telling me, we're going to have a problem.
Are you threatening to
Does hearing about that help you make that decision?
Brian, are you threatening me?
I'm not threatening you, Gideon. But if you're keeping something from me, I don't know if I can trust you anymore. And if I can't trust you, what the fuck am I doing on this ship?
I don't know, Brian. Yeah, I know something about him, but I don't know if I want to tell you yet. Because I just can't right now, okay? It's not a never. It's a not right now. I just need time to think.
When we get to Terrapine, we need to find Yastira Pressfiend. She can heal this, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
You
Brian.
should go before Gemma gets back.
Yeah, I guess I should, huh?
Yeah.
Gideon gets up, lingers at the door for a second. I think almost says something, swallows it, and shuts the door.
And where does Gideon go?
I think Gideon doesn't know right now.
And that's why I asked, little
Yeah,
fucker. Where you
know.
going? You standing by yourself in the hallway? You panicking and going into your room? Where does Gideon go in this moment?
Yeah, I think Gideon panics and just locks themselves in their room. Because they don't know if they should like tell Current right now. Like, what does that mean? Current should know, but like their dad's, I don't think, because Current hasn't come to Gideon to talk about how weird their dad's being already.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're just stewing on it for a bit. And then, yeah, you know what? They go knock on Current's door. They're like in the room
How
for an
are we
hour.
resolving, or are we going to wait until after the scene?
You can go ahead and do it now. Go ahead and ask.
So did hearing about my past, what is the phrasing of this question? I'm sorry. Does hearing about my past help you, Gideon?
Yeah, I think like Gideon's like scared for Current a little bit, and like also like it's really confusing for them because they also think that Brian has every right to want to kill this person. And they want to help, but I think they want to like talk to Current about it first, because they can't just be like, oh yeah, go kill my friend's dad. So yeah, I think. Sorry, my brain's soup. That was so wild.
It was, yeah. And then you knock on the door to Current's room.
Would Current have heard any of this going on through the walls?
Here's the best part, bestie. Remember that part 20 minutes ago when you told me I'm listening to Brian's room to see if I can hear anything? Guess what you just heard, bestie? That entire fucking conversation.
I heard everything, like every
last
word.
fucking word.
Okay, so then Current's already standing at the door and just opens and is just staring. And there's just hot tears running down Current's face. No words, just hot tears.
Oh,
Current's just shaking.
are you? What's going on with you? What's your thing? Are you? Getting like oh, sorry.
My dad, Gideon, my dad.
They like push Current into their room and shut the door.
Can I roll a perception check to see if Brian hears that?
Yep.
I scrunched my character sheet. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Everything's fine. a 10, so probably not. Okay, carry on.
So how much of that did you, all of it? You heard all of it.
All of it.
Current, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. I can't. I wanted to come talk to you first. But before what? Telling someone to go kill your dad, who I've known my whole life, and is your dad? What? I mean, I didn't see him even say bye to you at the docks. What is going on?
And Colonel reach into their bag and take out the note again that was given to them and show it to Gideon. Gideon, a courier came right before we got on the ship and gave me this, and it's my dad's handwriting, and this is a deed to our house.
Okay. You didn't have any idea he was like this, right? I feel like...
You know my dad. I mean, he knows where I'm at all times. He's the only person that is texting my syntax from the moment I wake up to the moment we go to sleep. He's missing, and this too. And I'm going to pull out the piece of the metal slab as well and put it on the bed. And this too. It was the note and just this.
Can I roll an Arcana check on it?
Please. Everyone's headphones off. Oh, Molly. Can I have a history check too?
Yes. Oh my god. Let me see.
I think you're onto something, but I want to see a 16.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't even the chaos bar. You're holding this, Gideon. Metal, not any thicker than this. Completely, no seam the entire way around. Just like this. This is as old as time. This isn't fey magic. No, that has a very particular radiance, a very particular aura. This is divine magic. Powerful, powerful divine magic. And you know what this is, Gideon, because your mother was obsessed with it. In the spare moments that you've read in your mother's journals and the time that you've had so far on this trip, there was one thing that always fascinated your mother. And that was the rumor of the Arcanic deck. The deck used by Discord, the god, that held a card to represent each of the gods and 4 cards for each of the houses. Myth has it that there is a very, very real version of the Arcanic deck. And that Arcanic deck has been used to change history many times over. In fact, that's the only thing the Arcanic deck has ever done. The reason that this metal is like this, it is because it is concealing one of the most powerful artifacts in the universe. At least
Like,
that's just your hunch.
do I
Headphones
have
back
any
on.
idea of how to open it? Okay, no.
No.
Am I allowed to relay what I just heard to current? Or is it just like a thought that Gideon has?
It's
Hold
just a
on to.
passing thought. And what you do with it is up to you.
I think Gideon like holds it in their hands and then gives it back to current. And goes, "Your dad gave you this?"
Well, it came with a note. It was the note. And this was it. There was no explanation about what it was. He just implied that it was something that I needed. That was it.
Current, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but your dad's into some fucked up shit, I think. That
When you say
is-
fucked up shit, Gideon, what kind of fucked up shit, Gideon?
I don't know exactly what that is, but I know it's old as fuck. And I don't know how it got onto Kurthus. I don't know how the weapon he used to hurt Brine got onto Kurthus. I don't think your dad's from Kurthus. Current, I will respect whatever you want me to do here. This is your family. And I get that, but I mean, you saw what Brian's back looked like. And apparently that happened a couple years ago and reopened. I don't know what he's doing there, but I don't think it's good.
There's
And-
no. There's an explanation. There's got to be an explanation for this. Why was Brine going after my father? What? This doesn't make sense.
I think Brian was going after someone doing some fucked up shit. I don't know.
And for him to do this and under the eye of the castle, nobody knew?
At which point did Current learn that Brine was an assassin, and is it this exact moment?
I think Current's just going off of what
Okay, I just didn't
Current
know
heard.
because I
Yeah.
think there's a certain like, what do you fucking mean your best friend's an assassin?
Yeah, because we
that
just
I
had
need to
that
know
one
if like
meeting.
Current has already experienced that or is experiencing it for the first time in this moment. I'm just genuinely curious to know. So, let me know what the answer to that is.
This is definitely the first time as Current is hearing and experiencing any of this, because I don't think Current saw anything that would indicate that this is what Brine did when they had their brief meeting. And your friend's an assassin?
I guess so. I knew she was a pirate. I didn't think she was like the assassin of people I loved dads. I didn't know that. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm very freaked out. And I've learned a lot over the last 48 hours that makes me lose faith and like so they have Gideon like pulls out the letter and shows it to Current. And like lets them read it quickly. I don't know. Maybe all dads are liars. Maybe that's what I'm learning. Maybe all dads fucking suck and all dads are
My
liars. That's what I don't know.
God. And we're
Maybe
the
I'm
fucked up
projecting.
ones?
This Current, I'm so sorry. This fucking sucks. And I don't want to hurt you, but I came in here to tell you everything you overheard because you couldn't not know, right? I have to tell you your dad has a fairy sword or something.
A fairy sword?
I don't know. Whatever hurt Brine was Fey magic. And your dad disappeared super easily. And whatever he was into, it got the attention of the people Brian works for. That's something.
Then I need to talk to Brian.
You want me to go with you?
No.
Go kill her,
Okay.
Current. Let's go. Okay. Oh my God, the perfect time to murder Brian. I'm on the same page. All right. So
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, Sam. I didn't see you there.
Besties,
No,
the
I'm just
second
kidding.
chaos is Chade parachuting onto the boat. I'm spoiling it now.
Besties, I had like an encounter and landing in Terrapine scheduled for this evening. You
No.
see how that's happened. I'm glancing as we're 4 hours into the stream. That little sauce is coming at the end of this episode, but I'm just joking, Current. I know you would never murder Brian, but I do want to see that scene.
I think for a moment, Current has this thought of like, you know, just that's not a thought, or like causing more harm to Brian isn't a thought that's far off in this moment. It's a back and forth kind of thing. Like Current wants to go talk to Brian, but also would have like a hand on like a dagger or something just behind their back. Just like, I'm going to talk, but
Let's go. Okay. So you, a knife at your side, you proceed into the captain's room as Gemma has not yet returned.
and
Brian
I'm gonna see
assumes
if I
it's
can-
Gemma coming in, and she says, "How was your meeting?"
And Current's gonna is there a spare a chair in the room that I can
Gideon
kind
is
of
sitting, yeah.
okay. I think I'm going to just walk up, not say anything, grab the chair and kind of swivel it around, you know, to where like the back of the chair is on the front, and kind of sit down and get as really, really close to Brian's face.
My face is in the cot like this because I think you're Gemma.
And I'm just gonna tell me everything you know about my dad.
Brian twists her head sideways to look at you and just stares for a second through her good eye. And then she kind of furrows her brow and she says, Brian, what the fuck do I know about your dad? Where did you even come from? What's going on?
Brian, I need to know everything you know about the person that gave you that scar.
Oh, some elvish prick.
What did you say his name was?
Otticus Whitmore.
My
Oh,
dad.
Jesus. You're not from that fucking shitty adoption auction bullshit they do in Curthis, are you? Oh, yay.
You know about my adoption? And I think at that moment, any kind of thought of Current causing more harm at that point is gone. And can I because I can see that Brian is you know pretty hurt. Can I try
Pretty
to
hurt. Sorry.
Yeah, can I try to cast healing spirit just to see if I can like
Yeah, absolutely.
ease her suffering a bit here?
That's awfully
Yeah,
nice
and
of
what
you,
kind of
Bessie.
magic are you calling on as you try to do this? Is it the magic of nature or the magic of divinity?
Um,
Because if it's divinity, I'd like to know who you're praying to.
I think I'm going to try nature.
Okay. Go ahead and drop this in chat, this spell that you're using.
It's asking me what level?
Ooh, the answer to that is going to be I'm looking at your sheet now. It is
I
gonna
keep
be
forgetting
second
weird
level.
because new to D&D. Holy shit.
I know.
Sorry.
No, it's amazing.
But yeah, it should be cast at 2nd level, Sweet Angel.
Okay. Okay.
1 hit point, that's fine. I love rolling 1d6. So you're calling forward a nature spirit to soothe the wounded. An intangible spirit appears in a space. Until the spell ends, wherever you creature moves into the spirit's space for the first time, they're going to heal these points on this turn. So you're just casting it so it exists in the room with you as you're speaking with Brine. So what is this manifestation of like Current's version of nature look like?
So I think since it's casted on the whole room, you'll kind of see this greenish kind of aura, and maybe there's vines, and since it's a healing kind of spirit, the vines are kind of sprouting little flowers that they don't last in the air. They're just kind of there for a moment. You'll see a vine, some flowers, and they'll disappear, vine flowers and disappear. And that's kind of just swirling around the area while it's going on.
Okay. How badly does that terrify Brine?
I think Brian kind of like shrinks away from it and into herself as much as she can on the bed. The first time she got hurt, she didn't see any of the magic. She knew it was being used on her because she could feel it, but she couldn't see any of it. And so I think she visibly like makes herself smaller.
Look, I want to help you, but there's some things I need to know. I've had questions about my adoption, about my father. I don't even know what happened to my real parents. I mean, I know they died, but I need to know everything. Brian, who sent you after my father, and why?
I don't have that information, Current. I know what was on the dossier, and that's all that I know. I can tell you that, but I don't know how useful it'll be. And as far as the adoption goes, it's not exactly a secret in Kurthis, at least not in certain circles.
I know nothing. They push me away. I've been being blackmailed by a man just trying to get information about it, and gave me this slab. And
a slab? Wait.
Do you pull it out at this point, Current?
I don't know that I had it on me.
Yeah, Gideon gave it back to you.
Okay. Then I think I'll hold on to it unless it's asked to be seen.
What slab?
Okay, so I'll reach out and I'll put it, and I'm gonna hold it to where Brian can see, and I'll kind of flip it.
Thank you, Bestie. Brian tries to reach for it. Her eye goes wide, and she tries to reach for it, and she again like convulses because of the pain from it, and she kind of like cries out a little bit this time, and then she says, "You got to be fucking shitting me! There's fucking 2 of these on this goddamn ship. What the fuck is going on?"
You've seen this before?
Yes. What is it?
I was going to
Captain
ask
Rita
you.
died for this piece of garbage.
Who's Captain Rita?
An old acquaintance. That doesn't matter right now. Where did you get this?
It came with a letter from my dad.
From your dad, Arcticus Whitmore. Can I see the letter?
Yeah, and I'll pull out the letter, and I'll show you the front side with his writing, and then the back side with our deed on it as well. And I don't actually remember exactly what the wording was on the note, though.
Oh boy, I know we have it in our notes,
I
but
think it's like take care kid or something.
yeah, it's
Something
like
like
you're
that,
gonna need
yeah.
this. Take
You're
care,
gonna need
kiddo.
this, yeah.
Something
It
to
just
that effect.
says,
Okay.
I just edited this part of the podcast. It says, take care, love you, kiddo. That's all it says
Got
on
it. Okay. I was
That's
gonna
good.
say I just need the flavor really. She says, what's this on the back? Is this a house deed? Is this your house?
This is our house.
Well, I don't think it's your house anymore. And then she gives it back. She says, when did you get this?
This was right before we left. I didn't
Oh,
even have time
Jesus
to question it.
Christ. Abyss would fucking take everybody on this goddamn ship, me included. Okay, listen. Current, here's what I know about your dad. Okay. About a year and a half ago, almost 2 years actually, I was hired by one of my regular clients. I will not tell you more than that because, to be honest, I'm not willing to sacrifice the sanctity of the entire smuggler network in Kurthus for this. No offense. The dossier named Atticus Whitmore said that he was a noble at the castle and that he was pretty high up in the Arcanon and that he was endangering the people of the city in the sky. And so I was tasked, well, hired. I made good money doing this. I almost died doing it, but I made good money doing it.
You wouldn't have made the money. You didn't complete the job.
You're correct. I accepted it for the money, didn't make the money. Anyway, almost died doing it. I was supposed to take out your dad, I guess, and an offshoreman that he was meeting at the docks to trade something. I was supposed to kill them both before the deal was done and then take whatever it was that they were trading, which I'm going to guess is that fucking piece of metal in your hand, and give it back to my client who was going to see that it was taken care of and taken off Kurthus. Here's what happened instead. I tracked your dad all day, and at no point did he have anybody else with him. And now I've realized that he did, and that your father was working with the Fae, because that's how I got this fucking piece of shit injury on my back. And that's why when 2 nights ago we nearly got hit by a colossal, it looked at me, apparently, and now this is happening. Gideon said I'm leaking purple smoke. I don't even have magic.
You are leaking purple a little bit. Yeah, that's.
Are your vines fixing it at all, or are they just kind of pretty?
They're supposed to help. How you?
You
No, I
notice
don't
that
feel
this
any
magic
difference.
this magic is actually kind of current. Roll an Arcana check followed by a religion check for me. A 16 Arcana and a 10 History. So it's going to happen, but you're not going to have any fucking idea why. Brilliant. So, you notice that your magic is doing a pretty decent amount to, for all things considered, stitch this wound shut. By the end of this conversation, it's not leaking anymore, but the infection is still underneath Brian's skin.
I was gonna say I don't think I feel any better. I don't think
No.
it like no.
But visibly much.
She said I don't feel anything. Is it doing anything?
Oh,
I hate this.
hey, the hole's closed.
Well, that's something I guess. Took 2 months for that to happen last time.
Yeah, and you're not leaking.
Oh, okay, that's good too. Thanks. Sorry about your dad, I guess.
It's
Is
you know,
he still alive? Do you know? Is it?
I don't know. I hadn't seen him. He hadn't been there at the castle. And Misha sent out a search party for him. I don't know.
Wow, none of you
I don't
castle
know.
kids give a shit about noble titles, do you? Anyway, a search party. Did the search party turn anything up?
Nothing. And
I don't like that.
they just
Current.
told me not to worry about it.
Oh, I really don't like that, Current.
Yeah, I don't know that I do now either. You said You said before that the adoption, that it wasn't a secret? What did you mean? What was so bad about my adoption? I mean, my parents died and
I'm going to intervene at this point. Brian, your head's a bit more on his shoulders right now. You brought this up a bit earlier. The thing, you know that the thing you're talking about actually doesn't apply to.
No, I know that.
Okay. Okay, good. As long as you know, I just want to make sure that even though current is an anomaly, it is not.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
No, you're good. Not yours specifically. It's I know that a lot of times the castle ends up taking in orphans, and sometimes they're not treated so well. So I'm glad that you were adopted by somebody at least high up enough to give you a comfortable life, right? But
yeah,
I'm sorry that he was apparently working with the Fae. At least from what I know. Do you want me to roll a deception check, Katie Mae?
Are you lying?
A little bit.
Then probably. Can I get an insight check from Curran as well?
$17.
All right. No suspicion from Current's side at this point.
Okay.
all right, well, so what? Now we have two? There's more than one of these slap things. Do you have the other one?
No.
All right, well, we got to find out more about this thing and why it's tied to my dad, and what is there somebody we can talk to when we touch down?
Our first order of business is that we have to get sponsorship from a guild. So the other guilds will give us permission to enter the city, and then once we enter the city, hopefully we can find somebody who can heal my back wound. I have an idea about that. We'll deal with it when we get there. And then after that, I don't know. We got to find this map. What is Adriel's thought? What is the chosen one's plan? I'm sure I threw a big wrench in those plans.
Adriel, fuck. I gotta tell.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, I guess it's not really okay. You just found out that your dad's kind of a bastard. Sorry.
Yeah, it's still fresh, it's still.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You also don't know me from Abyssa, so I'm sorry that I'm the one to tell you that.
I heard it through the walls, so.
Oh, I've been there. That sucks.
Yeah. Look, I gotta. Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you for
go.
the pretty vines. I don't feel better, but if I'm not leaking, that's probably a good thing, right? It feels like the step,
I feel like, yeah, I mean, it's closed, so that's one less thing that they have to do for you, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Could you do me a favor and send Gideon back in here?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I'll go out to go find Gideon.
Gideon is still laying in Current's bed, waiting for Current to get back.
Perfect.
Current's just gonna open the door and walk in, and Current's probably lost most of the coloring in their face. There's just shock right now, and just turns to Gideon and says, "Ryan wants to see you. We can talk after."
Okay. Gideon just immediately pulls Current into a huge hug and is like clutching them against their chest.
Current just starts sobbing.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I think
Woof, Gideon.
Gideon's just giving them a back rub. I'm so sorry. I'll be your dad. I'm your dad now. We'll be each other's dads.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then Gideon starts crying because Current's crying, but it's a lot quieter. Current feels like a wetness on their head. Okay. I'll bake you something later as an apology for your dad. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, thanks. I like cookies. Thanks.
We cut now to Gideon in front of Brian.
Brian's starting to get kind of sleepy. She's tired. She's said a lot today. But I think she kind of like, when she hears Gideon come in, she says, "Is that Gemma? Or is that who I asked for?"
It's who you asked for.
She's going to hold her hand out.
Gideon uncrosses their arms and takes it.
She gives your hand a little squeeze and she says, "I understand why you didn't want to tell me that I was contracted to kill Current's dad."
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. I just, I would never threaten you, Gideon. And I know that I'm the big, scary assassin that you brought on this ship, but you don't have to be afraid of me.
You're the small, scary assassin I brought on this ship. And I'm not afraid of you.
Did you have to rub it in? You're like 7 feet tall. Who even needs to be that tall? What do you do with all that height? Grab things off of fucking tall shelves? Jesus, Gideon.
I step on shitty dads now, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. Is Karin okay?
They will be. I'm gonna bake them cookies. I don't know.
You're gonna bake them? Wait a minute.
Oh, God.
Did you bake those? You told me you bought those.
I lied. I baked them all night, and I did it twice because I fucked it up the first time. Because I don't typically make, lemon stuff. But I know you like lemon stuff, so then I made the lemon things.
Oh, Gideon.
Don't tell anyone. Not that I made something for you. It's just me baking.
I know. It kind of undercuts the whole tough exterior, doesn't it?
It's too nice. So no one can know.
I like it when you're nice.
I like when you're nice, too.
She squeezes her hand again.
Gideon squeezes back. I'm sorry. I didn't want to lie to you. I just...
It's okay.
It's just
Look,
awkward.
if I had an assassin friend who came on to ship with me into the wilds and said to me, "Hey, the person who gave me a fey wound on my back that probably nearly got us all killed," I don't know how, but that seems accurate for this fucking piece of shit place, and then said, "It's your friend's dad." I mean, that's complicated. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore, actually.
I would love that.
Great.
Okay.
You should probably go, though, because I'm pretty sure if Gemma comes in here and I have visitors, she'll kill us both. So let's get to Terrapine in one piece, huh?
Yeah. I mean, dying to Gemma would maybe be kind of cool, but I'm not ready for that yet. So.
I'm not even going to
No, you
right
probably
now.
shouldn't be. Gemma cuts in, having been leaning in the doorway for, you have no fucking idea how long.
Brian immediately says, "Gemma, play nice. Look, they healed me with pretty vines. More than you've been doing with your fucking water concoction or whatever that is."
Okay, I'm glad you're doing a bit better, Brian, because I believe a thorough ass kicking is in grave need.
No.
You're one of the most experienced scavs I've ever had on my fucking ship. Where do I find you in the middle of a goddamn storm, Brian? Tell me.
Floating in a stairwell.
Floating in a fucking stairwell on the dock in a storm.
Which means I broke your rule.
Which means you broke my rule.
We didn't actually hook up, so technically I didn't break your rule.
Well, Brian, I'm sure it's not going to hurt that much when I technically don't break your fucking hand. I don't want any more mistakes from you on this ship, or your fucking kids are going to start thinking that they can make mistakes too.
Understood, Gemma. Get my ass to Terrapine and I'll fix it, I promise.
10 hours, and you should sleep. You need some rest. Stop keeping her up, she says to Gideon.
Squeezes
Yeah,
Gideon's hand one more time and then like tucks her face down like she's gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I think Gideon squeezes back and sort of, it's one of those dragging things where they hold on as long as they can as they're walking away. And as they're going out the door, they turn to Gemma and go, I'm really glad you're our captain. And then they leave.
She kind of roll a perception check for me to see if you can hear what she mumbles to Brian as you leave. What is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
An 11.
11.
An 11. Guess a number between 1 and 5.
3.
Shit. Okay, you got me. So, I think you hear a bit of this, and you can tell me what bits you hear. We'll decide next episode because I think we're going to wrap up pretty soon here. So, as you say, I'm so glad you're my captain, and then you leave. And to Brian, Gemma says, "Goddamn right, she better be happy I'm a captain." And then she kind of
ego at that goddamn door, like for once.
And she rolls her eyes and looks at you and says, "Oh, Brian, I can let my ego into the job if you can let year-long crushes into the job as well."
Fair enough.
Damn straight, it's fair enough. You've been sleeping in my bed for the past 2 days.
Normally you wouldn't complain about that. Is it because of the magic or the blood?
It's because you're not very useful in the bed right now, are you? She says as she joins you in it. And I think that's where we cut that scene. And I need to know, Winona, Adrielle, is anything happening with you two before we land?
I think Adri is like hanging out in the kitchen area, like she has.
Wow, you need to sleep. How are you?
She
What do you
slept.
mean I'm hanging out? It's been 2 days. Never
days.
mind. I'm just so worried about you. Continue.
It's been 2 days. She slept. Has it
Okay,
been
thank
enough?
you.
Probably not. But she slept. I think she's hanging out in the kitchen area, like with Winona, and she like made Winona some tea. She's also drinking tea, and she's like sitting on one of the kitchen counters, like reading through like a book and like cross-referencing like her Terrapine stuff. And she like looks to Winona and she just goes, "Hey Winona, would you teach me how to fight?"
Yeah. What do you want to know?
I just want to know how to fight. Like I only really use magic. I don't really have weapons. I feel like knowing how to fight would be important down there.
Yeah. I would say so. Winona's kind of like taken aback and flustered because she's like, "Oh, somebody wants to learn from me." So she gets like super geeked about it. But yeah, I could totally teach you how to use your hands.
I mean, we have Adri like looks at her little like astrolabe thing, and she like counts the stars on it, and she's like, "We have 9 hours until we land in Terrapine."
All right.
Yeah.
You want to start? I guess literally got to start now, then, huh?
Yeah. I'll be right back. She like, cause she's like in like a full skirt. Like Adri's always in like full like high femme attire. Like she's always in like a A-line skirt with pockets and like a blouse, and like you can't really fight in that. So she like runs really quickly to like her room, going past Gideon, passing Gideon and Julian on the way, almost knocking both of them over, because that's just who she is as a person. Like goes into her bedroom, finds like a pair of like shorts and like a tank top that she can like spar in, and some sneakers and like changes really quickly before going back to the kitchen.
And I'm just gonna stay the way I am.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
always ready for a fight. Hell yeah, let's go.
Let's go. So,
Okay,
do we want to
I'm
go
here.
through? Okay, cool. So how much fighting have you done with your hands, or in general?
Not a lot.
Nothing.
Not a lot. And she'll put her hair up in a bun, and you can see the hickeys like kind of healing, but it's still fucking massive. And like, I'm sorry, I just think it's so funny. Okay.
Not a bruise, huh?
Oh, no, sorry. Not a bruise.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's technically a bruise.
I mean, technically, okay. Understood, heard, and understood. So I guess the only way that we, that I kind of learned how to fight is by doing.
Okay. Edri's like just stoked. Like her thirst for knowledge is massive. So like she's stoked. She's just like, all right.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'm just gonna come at me.
Okay.
And we'll figure it out from there. I just want to see what your natural instincts are.
Adriel will. How tall is Winona?
Like 5 foot. I want to say like 5'3" or 4.
Okay, we're at the same height. Okay, cool. Because if this was Gideon or Julian, Adriel would try to jump on their back because of how tall they are. I mean, shouldn't you like teach me like the proper things of like how to punch so that I don't hurt my hand? Like I know we have a lot of bones in our hand, Winona.
We do have you're. I feel like whatever you're going to punch me with is not going to hurt either of us right now.
That's rude. That's probably true, but that's
Okay,
still hurtful and rude.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that. No, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Okay. So we can start with, make sure you're I actually don't make sure you got your stance, and Winona is just kind of going through like the stance motions and how to like duck and how to like box and all that good stuff. Cause I don't know what I'm doing.
I think Adriel swings, I guess.
Yeah, can I just get a just a D20 roll plus your strength and your proficiency, Adriel?
Yes. Would I just roll strength and then add proficiency?
Yes.
I rolled a nat 20. Oh no.
What do you do to Winona? What do you do to her?
I think Andrew like tries to like, she doesn't want to hit her in the face, so I think she punches her in the chest and it like knocks the wind out of Winona. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I'm sorry. And like, I think anyone who's like in the general area can like hear this.
Yeah, you hear Luso like cough very loudly when this happens, as he's trying to like hide laughter.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I can heal if you need healing.
No, you're good. I've been through worse. You've got a lot of strength. Those hands.
Okay.
I don't think you need as much help as you think you do. I think you just need to know the technique. So let's just harness everything that you've got in you. We don't need to spar anymore just yet. And we're just gonna go ahead and just continue to teach you the basic techniques. You're gonna be just fine.
Okay.
Gonna be just fine.
Alarms go bap.
Oh my god.
This is my mind, chat. I can't handle this. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I was unmuted. I've been talking like this all night.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a time. I almost died just then. Oh goodness. We are now getting closer and closer to Terrapine. And players, hey,
I'm scared.
I think you've done enough work for the night. You've got some incredible scenes. I'm gonna handle this last chaos. I think myself. So
I like that.
how about we have all of the cast members go ahead and remove their headphones at this time, and I'm gonna talk to chat.
Okay.
Hi, chat. It's just you and me now. We are on the airship docks of Terrapine. They're located right at the tortoise's head on the outside. It looks like this tortoise statue is pulled up to a buffet of other airships. How delicious looking. And in the honor of fate, this scene happens not but 90 seconds before our heroes' ship touches down. All we see are feet. Heeled boots treading across the Terrapine terrace. Click, 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 click. Being followed by some sort of armored entourage. We watch as these shoes exit Terrapine, walk to the decks, and get on a ship. In fact, this figure in these leather boots is standing at the ship entrance, looking back at Terrapine. And this figure's clothes hold a brief familiarity to us. This cloak, this red cloak that in the sun hits shimmers of yellow and orange. Looks a lot like a cloak from one of our party members. And the woman wearing this, you can tell a mix of mortal and not quite mortal. Tiefling horns, but something. Oh. Okay, thank you. Trying to sabotage me. Now, I think it's clear to us some sort of familial relation between the haughty tiefling from the castle and this girl. This tiefling female, not quite tiefling. This mix of tiefling and fae, this woman. She says, well, at least we got what we came for. She holds her hand out. Couldn't be older than 22, 23. And she holds this hand out. And a single black piece of metal, the size of a pallet, is handed to her. She kind of looks it over for a minute and says, Just a few more of these, and we might actually be able to do something about all of this. Let's take off. And we watch as Gideon's only living blood, completely unknown to her, turns around in the same cloak that Gideon was wearing and takes off in a ship. That's your second chaos for the evening.